All right.
Dogs. That's a great motivation. All right, we're going. Cool.
Mhm.
Thank you to our patrons and stuff. You're great. Sorry if I'm like speedballing this a little bit. Let me explain the context for what's going on here. We're recording this like 3 hours earlier than we usually do because
2 to 3, yeah.
I did not sleep good. I think I slept about 4 hours. I went to bed at about 5 a.m., which because it's we record these on Sunday, so this is DST day. So that was recently 4 a.m. So that's pretty good for me. But then I woke up at about 9 a.m. and I couldn't go back to sleep for like 2 more hours and just got up. So I not deep sleep very long, but since about 3 this afternoon, I've been doing nothing but laying in my bed under the covers and not moving anyway. So like my energy levels are okay. If I get a little weird as we go on through the session, that's why. But I felt good enough to do this, and I noticed that everybody was already like on the Discord, and I was like, "Hey guys, you want to do some Delta Green early anyway?" And everybody was like, "I could do that."
It's like, fuck it, let's do it live.
And I was like,
yeah.
"All right, well, I wanna get started before I like." I got some food, so I probably won't pass the fuck out.
I'm glad that was look. I'm glad it was this week and not next week, because next week I'm gonna be a wreck. Because I have to wake up at 6 a.m. 3 days in a row.
I want to say I had a weird morning too, but that's because I woke up at like 5 in the morning, took a train for 4 hours, and then got here, and then other things.
I hope you got some sleep. So we're all gonna be weird.
I slept in my car ride and my train, so I'm fine.
Look, as long as I don't do, as long as go ahead, Marth.
Yeah, it took me like until like 2 a.m., which became 3 a.m. to fall asleep.
For me, it's as long as I get. As long as I get 6 hours every like 25 to 30 hours, I'm fine.
Well, not to put too fine a point on it because we should start Delta Greening, but also don't you take like super amphetamines?
Yes, I do take legal meth. That is true.
Yeah. I am not that chemically assisted right now, though I did have a very strong cup of coffee this morning. I put 2 whole scoops.
Although on the other side, that means I can never day drink, ever, or very bad things could happen. Because you shouldn't mix. Fun fact, kids: don't mix alcohol and meth. It's bad.
This may be controversial.
Well,
speaking I think alcohol is overrated sometimes.
Night and day drinking. Let's Delta Green. So last time, you guys broke into a basement where you found some goodies.
Yay.
An ex-DG operative left you some party favors. It's almost like he suspected that this horrifying thing he's dealing with might come back to
haunt him.
Yeah, might come back. And then you guys went to a house on a hill in the middle of the night, and nothing was wrong there, except everything was wrong there. You did not have a good time. You got to the very bottom of the bottom of the chart and went to the last room, and you found a spooky altar to Sinothoglus, the hand which embalms, and you did not push it over to open the secret passage. You decided you weren't going to do that part
yet.
So you went back to the Umbral house, and then you rifled through everything, and you found the library, which was full of weird library things, some of which you have put in, protected attaché cases to destroy later.
There's going to be a burn
and then you found the secret passage behind the bookshelf, complete with a skeleton, and then you decided, nah, we're not going to fuck with that either.
Let's go upstairs first.
Yeah, so you are now moving to the second floor. And then let me just scroll to my point in that library. We got the spot, so here we go. Second story. So you guys wanted to, if I remember rightly from last time, backtrack to the grand staircase in the main entrance, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you guys go up the half of the staircase, which is still intact, because the other half has been knocked in by debris. So at the top of the staircase, there's a fairly large landing, which opens up into what you would say is probably a parlor or living room, you would guess by the structure. There's a lot more smoke damage in here, as ventilation, smoke rises. So like you think most of this furniture was probably once kind of like, plush and comfy. This was a family room, as it were, right? It's a little worn away, a little tattered. You see some more of the usual like art styles you've seen here. There's a couple of paintings, usually of countryside scenes hanging up. A couple of busts of some guys. There is a Paracelsus in the corner.
Of course, Paracelsus.
There's a Nicholas Flamel.
Of course.
Isaac
He looks at
Newton,
you slightly smugly. Yeah, no, there's probably an Isaac Newton in his best powdered wig back there. That kind of stuff. So, there are a couple of unique elements to this area, though nothing seems particularly interesting. Like, in terms of artifacts, you do see that there is a rotted remnants of what looked like a billiard table in a corner. And there are a couple of pool cues still up on a rack.
Guess they gotta do something to pass the time.
Yeah. There are some small tables and trays set up that are, kind of tarnished and smoky. But, looks like it would have been good for serving tea, after dinner drinks, breakfast maybe. Maybe it's a breakfast nook. There is a small bar in the corner.
Mm.
No, there's no bottles.
God damn it.
Also, probably their age.
But you guys do notice there are some wardrobes and closets up here. I assume you would raid those.
Yes.
At least skim, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check 'em out.
So you pop those open and point your high-powered flashlights in there. You see some like tattered remnants of you think like formal robes, like some ratty worn like maybe a dark black or a purple kind of a thing.
If only they weren't ratty.
There are also some like braziers and incense burners down there.
Ceremony kit, I guess.
Actually, that reminds me. I don't think did we ever follow up on because Garza and Benowitz found some incense burners in the priory, and I know they wanted to take some for evidence. Did you guys actually get anything back on that? Or
No, I think they were gonna show it to
drop
me or something because I had the what was it like pharmacy or something?
Yeah,
I think we got distracted.
Sample from it. Yeah, we got distracted.
Well, since you see the incense burners, maybe you remember, much like the handler remembered. What's your pharmacy, Kara?
The Kara's pharmacy is high. It's 80.
Okay, so you take a little like whiff of the Q-tip sample or something he has, and you're like, one, you can still smell it after it's been in there for like maybe 100 years, and two, it's kind of cloying, soporific. You think it might have been like something to, like some of those like burn this herb to promote sleep kind of thing. So, it was probably pretty potent if it still smells a little bit after so long. So, the kind of thing that would really knock somebody on their ass.
That tracks.
Did they use...
This is where they were all the shackles were as well, so that means they were keeping all of their,
Well,
I guess...
Yeah. Basically, they were keeping people torpid.
Sedate.
Yeah.
Well, if you remember, what's his name? Where is it?
Notes.
Notes are important.
Right. Talk about...
My notes.
Look him.
The loon guy. He had like sleeping stuff as well in his stuff, so probably a common strategy. Yeah.
They talked about Charles Staloon.
Yeah, Charles
he had
Staloon.
He had a couple of items that were.
Oh yeah, that's right. He had soporifics.
Notebook. Yeah.
I'm just looking.
Honestly, I find it weird that like Omega keeps calling them soporifics. I actually had to look that up, and it's like, oh, it's sedatives.
But soporific is fancier.
It is.
So when I think of soporifics, I think of 999, which has a thing called Soporil, which is basically a miracle sleep drug.
I mean, yeah, it's much like sedative. Sopor is like it's the same root word for like sleep.
Yeah,
it's like Soporil beta.
You want to know how I recognized it immediately?
What's up?
Because I'm pretty sure every time you get addicted to laudanum in Darkest Dungeon, the announcer goes, and they could not resist the taste of the soporific nature of there's some bullshit. Yeah. I know he uses the word somehow.
I don't think you could
sounds about right.
Darkest Dungeon.
You do also in these, wardrobes and drawers and stuff, you find some stockpiles of what looks like some basic essential oils, essential salts, stuff like that. I wrote in my notes some of the draws. I assume I meant drawers.
How it be? It's how it goes.
All them draws.
Do actually appear to contain what may be some human remains. Got some finger bone. Got some teeth.
Well, I got a finger bone necklace, so I'm not gonna be too.
You see a couple gilded skulls.
Gilded.
Yeah, little silver and gold. Some big old I don't know opals or something in the eye sockets.
Can I cross-reference symbology and like what the fuck's going on here?
Well, I also want to say there's at least one human rib cage mounted to a robe. It seems like I can just tell you because it's the next line in my notes. With your occult knowledge, Professor Jack, you assume this means that because this was like the private family area, this may also have been like a private ritual space. So they've got some like generic ritualistic gear here.
Okay, but nothing inherently dangerous.
No, it's just they've got some human bone stuff. They've got some fancy robes. None of these like essential salts and oils or anything seem like they're particularly drugged or anything. I mean, you guys can have your own opinion about whether or not like, essence of peppermint is good for the sinuses or something, but
I mean, it's sharp.
It's not, there's only a few actual like essential herbal essences or whatever have direct pharmacological direct pharmaceutical uses.
Yes.
So this just seems like they are just like, all right, throw in some of the good incense, put on your robe, we'll, dance and say some ha-has and, go about our business. Roll the finger bones, whatever. So, once again, you guys have two flanking wings. There appears to be probably would have originally been a guest room.
I don't even want...
But also seems to have been family quarters, but that is over the area of the kitchens and the servants' quarters, so that's where some of that fire damage happened.
Knowing this family, I don't want to know what guests they have. Fuck.
I mean, if you look through the doors, you guys can see like gaps in the floors, like weakened floorboards. The carpets have been like burned away in places. It looks very unsafe. As in, if you want to look in those rooms, somebody will have to make an athletics roll.
Oh boy.
Or anybody wanting to look there will have to make an athletics roll.
I want
I'll give it a shot.
Okay, you guys can go in. Roll athletics. If you fail, you take 1d6 falling damage. You're going to fall.
Okay.
I will refrain. What is my athletics?
All right.
I have 50% on this, so we'll see.
Yeah, and it's roll, because it's chaotic.
Yeah, no, mine's only 30. I will...
Oh, damn. All right. Fucking Holland is... He walks between the raindrops,
A leaf upon the wind.
Oh, that's a 94.
He sees...
And...
Okay, all right.
6 for myself.
So, what was that total?
94. That's not a crit,
94?
but...
No, that's pretty bad, though. Let's roll the die. Ow, fuck. The D6s do not like you. You take 5 points of damage.
I was going to say, can I roll it first? Because you rolled 5 last time, but okay.
That's a D6. That's the stats. Yeah, so...
Okay. Oh, but does my armor take it, at least, or no?
I think armor reduces all damage unless it's
Because
specifically
I have
got armor
armor
penetration.
I think it's like armor 3 at least, so I only take.
I mean, unless you fall something, Kevlar would reduce the shock at least a little bit.
Yeah, like it'll prevent you from getting cut up and stuff. I'll let you do the armor reduction. You only take 2. It's still Delta Green characters are not very.
I'm now at 11. I'm at 11 to 13. Maybe I think I can at least get like a D4 like medical treatment.
Against my better judgment, I am also going to attempt.
I'm gonna go.
Are you sure about that?
Wait,
because
yes.
I want to keep the context here. Holland goes first. Keep in mind he's got he's like hoofing a fucking M60, but he doesn't give a shit. He rolls a 0-1, so he like hops around the places and like stretches out his body weight and stuff. Benowitz says, "I can do that." He like takes like 2 steps into the hall and like it would be comical if it weren't for the fact that you guys are in a darkened like night mansion that is super haunted. Like you just hear crunch and like he just vanishes to the floor below.
Omega, you said these are blackjack rules, right?
Yeah.
29 out of 30.
Okay. Big boy Mountain Man Jack sees the hole and just like, well, I just won't step there. So
I at least marked athletics, but it's only 2 points, which just that means I'm just not going to be the front. And
I mean,
you are winded and stunned for a little bit on the ground floor as you have fallen into the laundry area.
I think I'm okay, but
I want to make sure he's not dead.
Okay, I'm trying to talk here, but I have first aid. I can fix you, Axe. Fuck.
All right.
Fuck.
Maybe you should go downstairs and check on it.
Yeah, I will. I will go. Okay. I will go downstairs and be like, shit.
I'll head down as well.
I didn't expect the floor to break under me.
That seems fair. So, Kara, Garza, you guys drop downstairs. You go like through the this is just a one-story fall through some debris.
Yeah.
You guys go through like the utility area and find Benowitz probably like laying on his back, sucking in some air. Luckily, he didn't seem to clip any of the stone foundations or.
Nothing punctured, but it hurt.
But no, yep. So no, guess what? I'll do the thing. Check for shock. Light in your eyes. Give you the whole
he probably. I mean, if he wasn't wearing the Kevlar, that probably would be like a cracked rib or two.
Yeah.
Now it's probably just like,
okay,
this boy's gonna need some Aleve, and he's gonna need some icy hot tomorrow.
Okay, so yeah, falling is reduced by armor.
Okay, all right, good.
Suffocation is not because.
Makes sense.
So, Kara, roll first aid.
I'm just checking. I gotta check healing on page 55.
Yeah.
It's also in the cheat sheet, but I think you just roll first aid, and you have a +20 if you use your trauma kit.
I will use my trauma kit. I am pretty sure that the agent here has been slightly traumatized. Let's see here.
Does that max it out for you, or because it's just
I believe it does. Let
me.
me.
What's our roll to see how well you do then?
I think. Well, because you can still crit. I think that upgrades it to a D6 rather than a 4, which doesn't super matter right now, but
you are fortunate for this +20 right now because I rolled an 83, and with that +20, I got a 90. So.
Okay. All right. One of you two roll a D4 to heal.
I will roll him a D4. You heal 3.
Cool. You just have to roll one. Just all of his rolls, not a 1. That was good. All right,
just give him some painkillers.
Give him some painkillers. Make you drink some water.
Water's good for it.
Yeah, I mean, you apply first aid, so you probably check for injuries and just go like, okay, the Kevlar took most of the shock impact. The Kevlar in your backpack took most of the shock impact. You haven't broken anything. You're going to be sore tomorrow. Take these pills. Drink this water. Do not call me in the morning.
Do not.
I wasn't planning. But, yeah.
All right.
So, actually, meanwhile, upstairs.
Actually, where did he... If he fell through the floor, where did he land?
In the back half of the servants' quarters, towards the drawing room you guys were in earlier.
Oh.
He probably smashed into some ratty ass burned up bed or something.
Oof.
It caught most of my fall, but it hurt.
I mean, it could have been worse. You could have landed on the rusted remnants of the washing machine.
Oh yeah, for sure. That would have impaled me a bit.
Probably would have done you in.
That's some tetanus there.
I'm just gonna leave this. I'm gonna stay.
I hope to God you guys are all good on your tetanus boosters and shit.
I'm about to say it's all like.
Oh yeah, sure.
Keep your vaccines up to date in Delta Creed.
Darin is required to have all his vaccines up to date because military.
I'm pretty sure we all are, considering we work in government organizations.
Yeah, but also government organizations
You're CDC,
too.
You probably are.
CDC.
I mean, Kara probably gets first crack.
I get first crack at some amount of times and not the good ones.
But all right, so in the rooms upstairs, Holland and Jack are looking around. There's no real heavy clues here, but you guys do have some good search scores, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like 60
I mean, 30 and I think Jack has higher than me, yeah.
Search? I have 50.
Okay, so just 20 higher than
enough.
me.
Yeah.
So, like I said, there's no core clues here. This place is mostly destroyed, but you guys kind of look around, examine stuff up. So there's nothing really out of the ordinary from the remnants of the rooms you guys can see. And remember, there's lots of smoke damage, weather damage, wear and tear. Some of these rooms have straight up fallen down into the lower level and are part of the debris pile down there. The main thing you get is that they have a very lived-in looking furniture. Everything had age, wear and tear just from high use before the damage. The furniture is from a large variety of eras. You know, you've got like a Civil War like armchair right next to like a 1920s bar stool or something that somebody pulled up. The other thing you guys do notice is that the occupancy density seems pretty high. There were a lot of twin beds and bunk beds, or just like rooms that have inordinately large beds, like a room that normally would hold one person, but for some reason has like a queen or king size bed. So you're just calculating to yourself. You wonder, were they like, did the Deluden family always be permanently enlarged, or did it kind of wax and wane?
Or maybe possible like maximum occupancy is this, so always keep enough beds for
something like that. Yeah, you can't be sure from the context, but it does seem a little packed in here. So you guys can safely maneuver your ways back out. You don't need to roll again, but that means they can meet up with the rest of you guys as Benowitz gingerly walks upstairs.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna stay to stable ground right now.
Yeah.
You okay there, son? No. God, why do I keep doing a southern accent?
You're from Minnesota, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to do like grizzled without going to southern.
I mean, it's kind of hard.
You can't be grizzled without Texas, apparently.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Just
it's not even just Texas. It's just like I more go like Louisiana kind of.
Yeah.
No, just at the ground with your voice, be like, "Oh boy, you done fucked up."
Yeah, Darin would just look at that,
son. Yeah. Nope, still a little southern.
Yeah.
You can be a little southern.
Still fine. Darin doesn't need to ask. It's already been asked.
He looks a little. I mean, he looks a little dusty, but
I think I'm fine.
Maybe got like a little bit of blood on his lip or something where he like bonked his face.
I think I'm mostly fine.
But okay, I assume you guys communicate what the bedrooms were like.
Yes.
And so you guys go into the other wing, which obviously has the access to the library and the astronomy tower on the second level. But there are also some big old doors that look like the master suite.
Yeah.
Which looks, the least damaged, though the whole area kind of smells like, smoke and mildew, maybe a little mold.
Probably.
The doors to the master suite have some very elegantly carved silver handles.
Yeah, let's go there.
Hey, throw open those doors.
Doors
Clonk,
open.
bard.
I have a
Clonk, bard.
I have like a minor mechanical question. Will we be wearing like the concealable vests or like actual like full Kevlar things?
I believe the 3 is like a lighter vest. It was still like yours is official, so it's still the kind that says like FBI on it.
Okay.
You can wear it under a shirt, but you probably put it on over just to be safe.
Oh, then probably that's like the rating 4 one, I guess. I'm just not sure.
The rating 4 one is probably the heavy duty one with like the metal strike plates. That's not necessarily what you guys are issued all the time.
I just looked up at the book. It's like the rating 4 one is the Kevlar, and then the full tech suit is 5. So yeah.
So
you guys are not in full tech suits, but yes, there is a door.
It is barred from the inside, I'm guessing. So anyone got a fire axe?
Yes.
We do. And crowbars, actually.
Which would you prefer?
Well, no, the question is, I want to ask about this door. How old is this door?
Looks like it's been in this house since this house was built.
It's not old enough to be made out of this material and be brittle enough to break.
Well, no. Well, question: are the hinges on this side or that side?
They would open in, so they would be on that side.
Okay. So there's that.
And these are big, heavy, solid, something dark and rich, like an ebony or a mahogany.
Mahogany.
Yeah, no, probably the best way to probably do it would probably be... I mean, you have my axe.
I mean, if you want to take a fire axe to it, you can roll strength times 5.
I'll fucking do it.
I should not.
I'll stand back.
Oh, I'm going to stand back.
Connor's just all like, this motherfucking door keeping me from the secrets of this family. Oh, hell no. Let me see. What is my strength times 5? That gives me a 55. That ain't bad. That's a 44.
Critical success. Yeah, Kara just full on hears Johnny's the door. Just, you just do a mighty sunder, and apparently you got the bar. So you punch a hole in the door with a fire axe head that must have knocked the bar out of the way, and it just creaks open.
Shoulder the fire axe, nod of approval, and strode boldly in.
All right, so inside you find a dark, gothic-style room.
Sick.
With deep, plush carpets, heavy drapes over small windows that you see are reinforced or protected with iron grates and shutters. There is a small fireplace in here.
Oh.
And looks like a little study or office nook. There is a large desk and some small shelves with a variety of tomes of medieval and Renaissance demonology, alchemy, natural philosophy. Neat. What probably catches your eyes immediately is over the fireplace is a large portrait of what looks to be a pale, waifish young woman. She looks like she's maybe only like 16 or 17, her late teens. It is labeled Clara de Lune. And she seems to be wearing a dark Victorian dress, veil, silver jewelry, black opals. The date on the portrait is from the 1850s. That would be antebellum. I don't know why I wrote that in my notes, but actually would have before? Yeah, antebellum period. Yes, we have sound effects tonight. Angry crows.
Oh, was that your end or my end?
That's from you.
Oh, okay.
Crows be loud.
Ow. Yes, they are very loud. Now, you guys may wonder to yourself, this looks like a portrait from the 1850s, but the name says Clara de Lune. That was the name of the matriarch given in the late 1940s.
I mean,
is this the same person who lived over 100 years, or is this just we like using the name?
There were pictures of Clara de Lune, weren't there?
No.
No, I thought there were pictures when she gave the intervue about her kids.
No,
dying.
there were not pictures.
Oh,
no, that was just a.
You guys did look up some file photos for Oliver de Lune.
Right. Okay.
For military records, but no, there were no pictures given of Clara. But she was not described as like a 100-year-old prune lady. No.
Listen, we've already talked about how some of the bodies had bones that seemed really, really fucking old for some odd reason.
Yeah.
So, no, like, if someone tells me it's all like, oh yeah, it's the same one, I'm just gonna be like, checks out.
Yeah, checks.
Yeah, this
That's
is
what we know so far.
All Garza does is narrows his eyes a bit. It's like,
Sick picture.
So, there is like a small antechamber that seems like it was remodeled. There is actually like a bathing room and water closet. There's a large walk-in closet filled with moldy, tattered, and stained clothes.
Damn it!
I'm going to be very honest with you. That is not from the game. That is from outside my window.
Oh, okay. I
cannot do anything about that.
Yeah, no. I figured that out. It's real crows.
No, there are no crows in Jerusalem.
No, those are some real ass crows.
No, those are just California ass crows.
Fair enough. I did not know.
So in the, like I said, there's just horrifically outdated styles. So like all kinds of things. There's a huge 4-poster bed with diaphanous curtains. There's even more wardrobes and dressers. Are we gonna just fire axe these open?
I mean, are they locked?
No.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I will stay the axe woman's hand if I can.
If they're locked, there's no stopping them. But no, if we can just pry them open or whatever.
All right.
Well, if they're locked, we
just
do have
rip
a
them
lockpick
open
person.
and throw items onto the floor.
Yes.
Well, careful, careful.
So they contain more clothing, but also a bevy of esoteric items used in ritual magic. There are even more silver daggers. There are rods and wands of oak and yew.
Ooh.
There is an iron crown, a silver inlaid mask, which looks vaguely spooky skeleton-y. There's a lot of hand mirrors. A some of which have runes or magic circles engraved in them, and there is an excessive amount of jewelry. Looks like both male and female from like a century's worth of styles. There's like cufflinks, earrings, rings.
Well, and I'm guessing it's made of silver.
A lot of it's silver, but some of it is not. And you do actually notice that some of them bear initials or crests that are not the Daloon family. So
yeah, I'm gonna be getting some of those and pocketing it.
I mean,
I see. So your downtime activity is going to be raise illegal funds. Got it.
No. Misunderstand the angle. These belong in a museum.
Do they?
Yeah, some of them do.
Some of them do. The ones that look especially old.
Yeah, there are certainly some like old ass signet rings that are probably pre-colonial or something.
Okay, then
medieval French signet rings are basically what I'm going to be looking for.
Yeah.
All right,
you'll find a couple of those. Most of them appear to just be like the casual kind of jewelry you might find on a rich dude's corpse.
I will fucking pocket that. I might raise illegal funds.
That's fine.
Listen,
sure.
I'm realizing I need to build like a basic alchemy and ritual kit. I might need some money.
Yeah. You guys do also find a variety of antique sabers, and some black powder pistols. They are all in terrible condition.
God damn it!
I was about to be like, pistols are mine.
I mean, are they restorable?
Probably. You could probably restore them. They are not functional right now. Like they have been in a damp closet for like 50 years or something.
I mean, the sabers are probably still functional.
I mean,
they're functional, but they're like blunt. You need a whetstone. There's probably some rust damage. You'd want to like resurface them. Some of them might have like loose fittings you have to repair. You guys also, I think, are already loaded up with like melee weapons if you need.
No, I mean, I got a fire axe. I don't need it. And I have a regular pistol.
Yeah, I'll probably take one ring if I find one that looks especially nice for myself. But most of the ones I'm going to be looking for is like, what looks old and French?
You have enough skills in your areas of expertise to find those.
I'm not sure if I want to bother with having a weird paper trail about weird artifacts I find, so I'm just...
I mean, this is the thing. Like, I don't think anyone knows that these are here. Like,
well, and also, Dallas's character explicitly works in the, he works in the Federal Archaeology Department.
Yeah, I am one of the research heads of the Federal Archaeology Department for the National Park Service.
Oh, no, for sure. It's just like, it's why I don't think...
He has a lot of tenure and seniority, so he has an agency reason to actually be like, these are probably archaeologically valuable.
From what I've thought of my character, I would say my character is fairly well-to-do now, just because he's ancient and has published enough papers and has worked there long enough that I can't not... And I also live in the mountains, so that doesn't really cost a lot.
No, it's fair. I was more just saying Benowitz probably doesn't have a reason to like grab shit unless it's
like it's almost an OCD like tick of like historical artifact, grab, put in museum later.
Hold on, this is pre-America.
Yeah. No, my eyes are just naturally drawn to it.
You guys do open up at least one drawer that is just full of random human bones.
Again.
Yeah.
Like, just straight up, like, that's a hand, that's a femur. That's, radius ulna, there's some ribs. There's a pelvis in there. And you're just like...
back drawer.
Closed?
Too dark?
By this point, no.
So, what you guys do find in the antechamber area, though, in the back, there is a enshrined in a small altar, ringed in red candles made of human fat.
God damn it!
There is a tome.
Oh,
it
another
bears
one.
the Daloon family crest on the front, and it has the phrase "Holy Bible" in illuminated letters.
There we go, or
Can you even bother looking at this and just put it in the pile to burn it later?
I mean, we gotta understand. I need to understand how bad it is.
I would up from the altar at least.
Pretty blasphemous.
Well, this isn't like the book we found last time where I'm like, I need to burn this on site, is it?
Yeah. Well, we gotta look at it.
To be a custom model. So Kara wants to study it, skim it.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So you pick it up and you start examining it. You open it up. You find it. It is in the style of a family Bible, which means it has many pages for describing births, deaths, more.
Oh.
It has been handwritten in a painstaking manner, clearly transcribing earlier editions.
Oh.
There is, in fact, no actual Christian Bible in it, but instead there is a transcription of what appears to be a mixture of family history and legend, grimoires, and rambling theories as to the nature of the world.
Mm.
The front page title says the De Lune Bible, and it seems like this is a tradition that got in there stuck, and they even bound it with a traditional Bible cover. So parsing the entire thing will take you quite a while, study time months.
I will probably be interested in studying that because I have a project I'm going to be working on after this.
Well,
so the current copy you have is signed by Clara de Lune.
Mm-hmm.
In her forward or whatever, it appears that she transcribed it when she achieved her position as head of the family somewhere in the early 1900s. It seems to be a rite of passage for their most powerful members.
So the de Lunes were matriarchal then?
No.
Oh, interesting.
They appear to be unisex leadership, actually.
Okay.
Whoever, I guess.
So, there's the long version, which is quite long, by the way. It's like 3 paragraphs of stuff, and there's a fuck ton of rituals in here and other stuff that's relevant.
Oh, God.
So I'll leave this be for later.
And so on. It is in English, though, transcribed. But the short version, which Kara will probably quickly skim, is there's a brief summary of their familial history, their urban legend, how we got started, kind of a thing.
No, yeah. I'm definitely going to be wanting to study this after we're done because I have a bit of a project I want to do after regarding this.
So, at the beginning, it describes the origin of the De Lune family in the late Roman period, very late Roman period.
Oh, geez, okay.
Their patriarch was a druid whose family was killed by Roman legionnaires in some kind of
Stop.
suppression.
Will you let him finish talking first?
Dallas, there's a giant fucking paragraph here.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm trying to tell you the cover story. So his family was killed by Roman legionnaires in some kind of suppression of their local religion. He fled into the woods, where he lived by eating human corpses, stealing from the dead, only going out at midnight. This attracted the attention of a local cult of ghouls, again, that specific spelling, who took him in. His name was Drustan. And they taught him their ways of, according to the tome, Blackest Magic, with a K.
Oh.
They taught him the powers of consuming and using human flesh, the name of the Mortician God, who they called Grandfather Mordigian. They gave him the name of the moon, so that's how he became Drustan de Lune. Don't ask questions about why that linguistically doesn't work. This is part legend. And so he traveled into the mountains to seek more knowledge. During this hermitage, he made a contract with a deity he calls the Mother of the Veil of Darkness, the Dea Tacita, and several other epithets. He embraced the power of death and offered the dead to this entity, whose name he recorded as Sinothoglus. So again, there's a lot of different names and epithets for this concept. This granted him further powers of necromancy, including how to consume the flesh of the dead for sustenance and, quote-unquote, stop all ravages of time on his flesh. This allowed him to study for ages until he had learned all he could about the hand which embalms. He returned to the Avignon region and built a cult of humans in order to obtain greater enlightenment. He took one of his followers as his bride, and then recorded all of his knowledge in their first family Bible. Obviously, it wouldn't have been called that, but that's how the legend is told. But after, doing all that and, having a child with his wife, he felt the call of Sinothoglus, and he sought the embrace of death. So he had his followers sacrifice himself and consume his flesh to spread his power to them. And then his wife, who was named Sende de Lune, became the new head of the cult, etc. So this knowledge has passed through familial lines. There is the family banquet. They stop the ravages of time. The elders of the clan consume themselves. Their spirits can take no more of immortality, etc. There you go. Backstory bomb.
Wow.
And I can also, I think I can just, there's no spoilers in the text paragraph, so I can literally just give you the box text.
Okay, so the question I had, and sorry if this sounds stupid, which Roman Empire Just to clarify, is it the Roman Empire or the Holy Roman?
No, regular Roman, actual late Roman period. So
Gotcha. Sorry, I always mess those up in my head, so I just wanted to make sure.
The actual late Roman Empire period leading into the early medieval.
Gotcha.
He, spent many years in isolation up in the Pyrenees.
Okay, so he is old as shit.
Yeah, his family's pretty old. I mean, he got ate maybe a couple hundred years later.
Well, no, yeah, I understand, but the family history is very much pre any kind of.
Wait, is that what they do? Is their family lives for a couple hundred years, then they feel the call, and then they're like, "All right, my fam, eat me and partake of my power."
That seems to be the vibe you get from transcribing this Bible. That's why they're not just literally immortal. It seems like something about worshiping this entity of death eventually gives them the depression vibes, and they're just like, all right, cool guys, I'm going to speak to the mother of the veil of darkness, eat my flesh, I'm out, y'all, smoke bomb.
See, if they were only eating each other and it was willingly, I might be okay with this.
No, but they also have the family
that's the problem.
They eat regular people to extend their lives.
That's the issue. The issue is the other people.
It's if they kept it to themselves, we'd we have to hide this from the public. But
okay, but I'm getting to it's months. But you're saying what's actually in here? Is it rituals and
yeah? Alchemy? So this is I have literally 3 paragraphs for this. There's 3 different segments. There is a full blown family history, a much longer version of that story that's related to you in the box text. There's a lot more detail that you just flipped through, which kind of discusses various other elements of knowledge that the Daloons just have about the world. There is the teachings of the family and their actual ritual processes and everything, and a lot of their other stuff. And then there's also a lot of genealogy, family history, etc. as well. So there's a lot of record keeping.
Now this is definitely more. This will take months, and while it is in
English, study time months, because it's very complex and dense, and also is transcribed and handwritten.
I'm not sure if we want to get rid of it or not, but that's up to you.
Well, again, that's why I'm trying to gauge its danger level right now, and
I mean, Kara, you have enough knowledge of the unnatural to know. There are definitely some capital R rituals in here.
Ooh.
This is the family's private grimoire, so there's probably quite a few of them in here. But remember that studying rituals is its own whole ass thing. So
yeah,
if you gave it to Jack, you may or may not see him before. If you see him in the next year, he's not going to have been able to study them all. You can double check if he's got.
I'll also be very clear. The parts of the book that I am interested in are not is literally everything but the ritual part.
Would you be willing to let me have it, and I'll send you photos or transcripts of the family history and genealogy?
I mean, sure.
All right, we'll go with that then for right now.
Okay, so Kara will take hold of it so she can study some of the unnatural bits, and then
the actual
take out some of the history.
Yeah. So like I said, because I already have the alchemy de rune, and so I was like, I kind of want to complete my set.
Yeah, because
I want to learn about the full history stuff. I don't want anything cut out. So just give me a copy of the book.
I can do that.
Yeah.
I mean, so you guys have access to modern technology. You can, if Kara wants to get really crazy, she can just debind the book and run it through a scanner.
I mean, I just have cameras.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to do that right now. And honestly, I don't want to.
No, obviously later. Not in the middle of a house.
But we're probably just to remember myself, we're probably going to burn the other 2 things we got because those need.
No, one of those I will. 2 things I'm definitely not letting be unburned. One for personal sentimental reasons, and one for that is unnatural and must die reasons.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna honestly Isn't there a small fireplace? Do you guys just want to burn the fucking
Baynard book right now?
No, because that might summon some shit here, and I don't want to deal with that.
I mean, it doesn't see. The book itself doesn't seem hypergeometrically active. You just know that it contains a lot of knowledge that is bad.
Yeah, it's also ancient French, but it would take a long fucking time to even understand it. So yeah.
No, but if we want to just burn the, I can't remember the name of the fucking book that we
found.
Book
about Baynard or something. I think.
It's the tome of
the
Book of Eben. Sorry, the Book of Eben.
Yeah, we just want to go back out into the main room because they had what? Didn't she have a small fireplace out there?
Yes, there's a small fireplace in the
and
master.
just burn it there. We can get some sand back.
I mean, I wouldn't mind doing that.
Yeah, no. Like, because
I don't want to burn. I'll be very honest. I don't want to burn them in the same place because that feels weirdly disrespectful.
We'll burn the dope book outside the place of later.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
All right, you just gonna burn selections of the Book of Aren?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Throw it into the fire.
Everyone okay with this?
Everybody gets back 2d6. You all get back 5. Sam.
Yay!
Nah, so you're gonna roll it all at once. Everybody gets back 5.
Aw.
A little low for 2d6, but still pretty good for sand gain.
Oh yeah, now I'm.
You could have rolled out a 1d6.
Back
you
to
know, you're lucky against
69
me.
now.
I find it hilarious. I'm still just at my base sand.
I'm a little above my base sand now.
That happens when you destroy the
By,
natural.
like,
That's okay.
a
Don't
little
worry.
bit.
We'll fuck all that.
Well, I also had really good rolls on losing sand. I remember last time.
I'm now at 82 now. Okay. I wanted to
All
roll
right.
for that. Damn. All right.
Well, that's why we universally roll.
Yes.
Everybody gets the same. You're all here. Okay, so that's basically all there is in the master bedroom, and you guys have looked into the library and the astronomy tower. The
Also,
only
I
thing
just
is that
checked.
there is
Omega did better than I did.
I would see if I rolled it.
I would have rolled a 4.
There is one more level. There appears to be
I would
a
have rolled 11.
attic or workshop loft. There's some like drop stairs to go up there.
Go up there.
I mean, again, I'm starting to put together my alchemy kit, so sure. I want to see if they have anything.
No.
Yeah, let's go up there.
Yeah,
So
I
you
do
guys
as well.
clunk up into the room. It's
Yeah.
looks like also may have doubled as a display room. Sometimes also called an armor room. You do actually see some like dusty and rusting sets of plate and chainmail on some stands. There are some displays of some skeletons of like bears, wolves, deer.
Sick.
There are a couple of like old-fashioned muskets or Civil War era carbines on a rack. Cool. They're all not in a good way. Again, would probably need some like expensive and long-term restoration. Now you do see long benches, and there are some like hanging bowls or pots and stuff that looks like it's set up for like basic alchemical work and other forms of ritual magic.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of jars and vials filled with common minerals, metals, and other compounds. If you guys wanted to do some, back alley chemistry, you could probably do it here. Some of these pots used to contain, like, useful common herbs. They are very dead now, but some properly dried and preserved samples are in containers. There are some big iron work tables here, which have, like, chains and manacles laid on them.
Oof.
Dark stains. Not sure about that one.
Oof.
There are also many, many storage crates in here, filled with old clothes, spare furniture, rusty iron nails, loose boards, linens, whatever. There are two things that y'all with your super high searches will probably notice. First of all, there is a small, you would say, travel chest in here. I assume you want to look in it?
Yes.
So you open that up in one corner, and you find a quite significant pile of silver coins minted by the Daloons.
Interesting.
They are self-minted. They resemble the coins you actually found in the mass grave site. So they're not, like, proper antique coins because they don't match any actual currency used. But they do at least look like they're made of silver. You could probably, if one of you was good at it and wanted to try, you could probably like sell these off as a source of illicit cash, the equivalent of an unusual purchase. So worth a decent amount on the open market.
But
just in terms of like raw silver content.
Yeah, there's no historical value to them though, right?
No, these are special custom mint to the family. They are a curiosity, but like nobody knows who the fuck this family is.
I would actually feel kind of bad about taking this. Weirdly enough, I feel like this belongs to what's her face.
Yeah, no, I kind of do too. Like honestly,
it is her house technically.
Yeah, and this is not something that would.
If you decide you're gonna burn the house down or blow it up later, maybe you want to retrieve this.
Yeah.
An unusual purchase. It is 4 digits.
I really feel like we're not gonna. like run out and try to burn it down. I think we
Oh,
might.
I'm going to
no.
try and burn the house.
No, we're gonna burn this place down. There are
okay,
too many. There's too many bones. Honestly, this I don't know about you. This is a place of bad juju. We must purify it with fire.
Yeah, no.
It is. I will also say, like, for purposes of the special access programs, like mission statements, nobody who's not read in on the program can access this site ever. Like,
And this also feels
so
like
much shit
something.
here.
This also feels like something we could give to her that isn't going to get her in trouble and or blackbagged and or like
Yeah, no,
set
it's
on
just
like
hello.
just silver
When you
coins.
told us to search your when you allowed us to search your manor house that mysteriously burned down, we found this chest full of gold with your weird relative's family
No,
crest.
honestly, I think personally, once we're done with this, we need to bring her in a little bit. We got to basically tell her that if anyone else from her family or someone like wanting her family secret shows up, she needs to let us know.
She needs to call
yes,
this number.
no. And also, I do want to give this to her because this like all the other stuff with like the jewelry. I'm worried that was used for a ritual. I'm worried this has bad juju on it. This definitely feels like something.
In case
that
you guys
was...
haven't caught on, some of the jewelry is literally like grave robbed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. This feels genuinely like something is like. This was what they were using to fund their illegal stuff. This is fine. I could just give this to
In fact, you guys probably see some minting equipment in this workspace. Like, you see molds and stuff on some of the tables.
The point I wanted to make was more about, before we burn it all down, I wonder if we want to excavate like some of the actual like non-related antiques, like all of the books or not.
I mean, well, I mean, Omega, there aren't any books that are like irreplaceable, right?
No, you guys have already caught on to all the books that are special. Everything else is like, I mean, some of these, like I said, some of these like original antique printings are like worth a lot, but they are also like damaged because the house has been not properly sealed. So it's not.
Like, the stuff I'm looking to preserve is stuff that is like, this is unique and not going to be about like eating babies.
So speaking of unique, in the opposite corner from the chest full of silver, there's another small like altar or display type table. There's a red cloth on it and a candle, and there is a large sword on it on a little rack.
Cool.
Check the sword.
It is a hand and a half type sword. It looks like early Renaissance. It's got a gilded handle and pommel. The pommel has the phrase Azoth printed on it. And the sign of the Philosopher's Stone is etched into the blade above the crossguard.
Is this the blade of Paracelsus?
Is this a fucking Azoth?
What's your occult?
Fucking, hang on.
21.
Mine is...
Well, Lucky asked, so I asked what Lucky's occult is.
Hang on. It's 60.
Yeah, this could be the sword of Paracelsus. You think that was sold at auction during the 20s?
But I'm sorry, I see that sword and I blurt that out.
And then you just see you see Jack change. You see his eyes go very big, and suddenly he looks a lot less old.
It's all like, I'm gonna like make a beeline to that, and I'm pretty sure Jack is at the same time.
I'm setting up a toolkit.
Yeah.
So there's a shiny sword here. Rule-wise, this mechanically is a two-hand sword because it's a hand and a half. You can use it one-handed, but you should use two. Which means that it does a D12 damage and has an armor piercing of 3, but you need special training.
It is like, you need to know HEMA, yeah.
And you guys would know with your very high history in occult, this thing is supposed to be enchanted. Like it was said that Paracelsus kept his familiar inside the blade.
Wasn't it supposed to be the Philosopher's Stone in the hilt? Or something like that?
No, but the name Azoth is the universal medicine, the prima materia.
Oh, that's what it was.
It's an Azoth blade, yeah.
Well, no, like... So, I'm sorry, that's like...
weird. It looks like, it's old. Like I said, it's early Renaissance. It looks pristine.
Yeah, I'm pulling out a full extraction kit with this. Of, like, the styrofoam case. I've probably brought 2. I don't think anyone has a this is anyway.
Well, again,
I jokingly, I believe that Holland has melee weapons.
I mean, I don't know if I want well, I guess a weapon is supposed to be swung around, but I'm pretty sure Dallas wants to put this in a fucking museum somewhere.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah,
So
no,
it sounds like with Garza, that's probably not a good idea. You'd take like a -20 for not having special training. So that would you would look like a doofus swinging around a two-handed sword. Darin could probably swing it. He's probably had like some like serious like actual knife and maybe even like rifle with bayonet training.
Yeah.
Actually, no. Wait, no. This is actually a very like the thing is this has actually been in family. This is fucking.
Might have some unnatural.
Do you not want to?
No.
It's give it to
the remaining family. I can't remember her name to save my life.
Barbara Luna.
Barbara Luna.
Like.
Put this on her wall.
Like, well, that's the thing. Like, this is something that is literally in the family. Like, stealing jewels from like the girl.
It was. So with your history rolls, guys, you would know that this was. And occult too. This was purchased by somebody. It was sold at auction during the 1920s. So,
well, I mean, it's not. I'm not saying, but I don't necessarily like taking the jewels of people that they grave robbed doesn't bother me. Taking unnatural books that may be damning to the human mind is another thing too. But like this is something actually purchased by.
I will talk with her afterwards, but this I will. This needs to be preserved.
It sounds like Jack is going to probably try and like put some gloves on and put it in a case.
Yeah.
No, this is going in a styrofoam sealed case preserving artifacts.
Jack, when you touch the blade, you hear a voice in your mind. It sounds like grating metal. It has been a long time. Are you my master? Roll Sam.
How much?
It has a thing in it.
It's 0/1. It's like witnessing something unnatural that isn't harmful to you is just 0/1.
I think I actually failed.
Okay, you take 1. Holy shit, talking sword.
It's like, that's like it's not just fantasy.
Yeah, no, I rolled 82. Yeah.
Yeah, you take 1. Holy shit, talking sword.
It was like, no.
Wait, what?
I don't out loud say that, but you just see my eyes go like fucking Furby wide.
Something happened when you touch the sword?
Don't.
Random effects from Mark. That thing.
Just a talking sword. It's okay.
Wait,
okay.
What did it say?
What?
It thinks it wants me to be its master, and I don't like that.
Well, tell it no then.
I might get angry.
I don't want to talk to it. That might let it in.
I don't know how this works.
So, you guys are aware, this may be an unnatural artifact.
Yeah, I might need to exercise it before I
don't think that's how that works.
Put it in a museum.
Well, no, if it's a talking sword, now that changes it. God damn it.
Well, we're definitely not giving it to Barbara.
No, now we can't know.
In the case for now, and we'll deal with it afterwards.
Yes, no, this is a later problem.
That you know that is unnatural, would our unnatural scholars like to roll unnatural?
Yes, I would, actually.
I'll give it a shot.
Yes, I will. Let's see. What is my 17?
I have like a 6%.
Kara gives it an eyeball and leans in. Tell me your secret, sword.
Well, I rolled a 16 out of 17, so yes, tell me your secrets.
74.
Okay. So, Kara leans in and eyeballs it, and just you see the patterns of the metal molecules in your brain. You can see the superstructure, the prima materia. This appears to have some kind of superspatial intelligence embedded in its metallic superstructure.
But is it a malevolent one?
No, it just
is.
Yeah, it just
okay.
The best way to say is it seems like it is a familiar. At the time, scholars would have probably called it like a demon or a familiar, but it just seems to be that there is some kind of like mental presence embedded in the sword.
So it's not going to be.
First of all, you understand that the sword does have some unusual properties. Number 1, it can harm unnatural creatures.
Oh shit,
that's nice.
That is nice.
Also, it's got really good qualities. You get +20 to your fight back rolls, which is how you defend. One of the ways you can defend against melee attacks. So it's really good at defending you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Actually.
Mechanically, the familiar has its own POW and willpower score, so it can assist you in the casting of rituals.
I figured that much.
If it expends POW for a ritual, it can regain 1 lost POW every time you use it to kill an intelligent creature. So it's not perfect.
I mean, it's optional. It's not gonna start screaming that it needs more blood, right?
And also, not every
all its POW juice, it probably goes away. So
it goes, feed me, Seymour. If it says feed me, Seymour, I'm leaving.
But the other thing you get the idea is that this, you suspect based on the myths about Paracelsus' Sword of Azoth, that this familiar may be able to create small impossibilities. Perform small hypergeometric effects. Basically, with a successful ritual activation roll, it can do a weird thing such as pay off a standard expense, heal you 1d4 HP or willpower, find a lost item in your immediate area, sense some unseen unnatural presence, etc. And you can only do that once per day. Then you and the sword need rest. Also, out of character. Doing something tiny and impossible does cost sand. That's a little freaky.
Oh, yeah, it's impossible.
Yeah, but so, there's basically... Yeah, basically, Axe said it right. It's like an intelligent magical weapon in D&D, but it's Delta Green, so it's freaky and wrong, but
it's not like not like the fucking sword of what's the dread blades where it's not the dread blades where if you touch them you suddenly get this inevitable urge to kill everyone you see.
Yeah, no, this isn't some cursed dwarf blade that must taste blood before you can put it away. No,
okay, good.
It's in Renaissance terms, it's a sword with a demonic familiar in it. To you guys, it's this is an hypergeometric artifact with a superspatial intelligence encoded into the superstructure.
And to me, this is a part of important French occult history.
That too.
Yeah, I know, but again, I don't necessarily this in particular. I don't want to just scarper away without Barbara de Lune's know-how.
Well, no, I'm not going to give it to her.
That is something I would say for OPSEC you want to be very careful about. If you give this to Barbara and she touches it, there's going to be a weird voice in her head.
I'm going to tell Barbara about it, and
no, we're not going to tell. We don't have to tell her about the familiar in it, but we'll.
No, that's what I mean. There are typical finder's fees for people who have expensive artifacts that have a historical significance, and I will explain those to her.
Yeah, no, if you want to properly buy it off her, no, that's fucking fine. I'm not gonna lie.
You guys, I should tell you this. This would be the program standard operating procedure. You guys should take this into your custody somehow. The program would probably insist on by hook or by crook if you guys want to be nice to Barbara because she hasn't been mean to you. The SAP will not object so long as you don't necessarily go begging Agent Green for the bill, because he would just be like, "We'll just steal it. Don't tell her."
Yeah, no, I'm
on my budget.
I'll just do because.
Well, actually, no. Can't you? Actually, no. You work in archaeology. Can't you pull a fucking unusual purchase off your app using your?
That's what I was probably gonna. I was probably gonna go through my regular departmental
as he established, he has some authority as a program manager. He would get a bonus to that.
Yeah,
because this is a probably something. Well, apart from the talkie sword part, but we don't have to mention that. Yeah. Apart from that, this is probably something I regularly do. Is hey, you inherited this thing from your old ass grandparent that is historically significant. The government will reimburse you in order to preserve the historical nature of yada yada yada.
Yeah.
But again,
and then it just never ends up at a museum because it ends up in a Delta Green Black site.
Mm-hmm. Well,
until such time as it is needed.
I don't know about that.
The green box of ourselves.
I'm pretty sure that the rest of these guys will rat your ass out.
Also,
they've all heard you discuss.
Actually, no. That's something. If it goes to a black site, does that mean that later point in another game can we represent the sword of Paracelsus for a mission?
Yeah, possibly if you need it. You guys could also take it into your personal custody and just be like, "Hey, I'm going to hold on to this thing because it's."
I'm pretty sure Dallas would shoot me in the back of the head if I was going to.
No, I mean in general.
No, you can take all the books. I will. I'm probably going to want to prevent this from going to black site. So if I have to, I will take it into my custody.
Well
that'll probably what we have to You would need to have control over where it is stored because, like I said, this is technically a risk vector for the unnatural. If somebody picks this up, they realize that magic swords are real, which is against SOP.
This is not. Regardless of what's happening.
Is that what you're gonna do with the flute too? Is just keep it in your personal custody?
I don't have the flute currently. That is
who has the flute?
Currently,
Garza's holding it.
Garza does.
Okay, Garza has the flute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. We can discuss this later. Garza's probably thinking he wants to put the weird flute that summons rats in a black site, but
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
the weird flute doesn't have any historical significance. So
no, honestly, at this point, you guys think somebody did it as a joke. They put the flute in a bookcase of the Pied Piper of Hamlet.
Yeah, that one is like evil wizard memes, and I don't care about evil wizard memes.
Wizards, no sense of right and wrong.
Fucking mages.
Okay, well, wait, we've had a very animate discussion, I'm pretty sure, about this sword.
We should get
I
going.
feel like you've had this discussion out loud around the sword.
Yes.
Probably.
The sword is
like...
I'm like... Well, actually, how much ego does the sword have? Does it have its own desires and wishes? Or is it just kind of be like, nah, whatever, fam?
With your role, it seems to just... If you had to guess, you feel like it's not an entity that was bound to the sword so much as it is a entity created within the sword. So it doesn't really seem to have its own wants and desires.
Okay.
It serves as a familiar. So whomsoever holds the blade, it serves.
All right, cool.
Like I said, you think with the way the spending power and willpower and its own power generation works that if you use up too much of its juice, it might have some level of self-preservation.
Where it's like, please feed me essence. Feed me essence.
I mean, no one likes going hungry.
Yeah.
I mean,
so that might get a little creepy, but again, that's only if you're using it to drop points of POW to cast rituals. Normally, it doesn't lose POW, and it has its own, like I said, willpower to chip in. So
okay,
it is a very handy ritual assistant.
God, I want it, but I can't fucking do it. Damn it.
I know. I designed it this way. I was like, what's a cool thing that's canon, by the way? Because this was in a scenario that Chaosium published called The Auction, where it's not actually magical, but there is the Sword of Paracelsus. And I was like, what if I made the real-ass Sword of Paracelsus?
The auction, but also
you guys
the brass
missed
skull.
The dagger, so
Yeah, I know, the dagger. If I knew about the dagger, I probably would have fought to keep that.
That you can kept, because that's just an actual
Yeah, but I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to get a similar tool, but even more on point for some of your characters, but also, I like the role-playing.
Would this thing be
I did kind of want to make this a little awkward to, a little behind the curtain. That's why it's a sword that requires special training. If you want to use this thing in the field, you guys, somebody's got to commit.
No. If I ever end up using the sword, it will be for the ritual assistance or magical bullshit thing purpose only.
The bonus to protect yourself of it. Does it offset at least the penalty of that, I guess?
I'd have to double check how fight back works. It will probably offset the penalty.
Doesn't help because you only get 30 base at melee.
Axe, I have a -2, or I have an 8 strength. I'm not doing anything. But anyway, Darin is kind of right. We should probably.
Well, yeah. So I have to go take a break and hit the bathroom really quick because we've been going for about an hour. Okay. But when I come back, you guys will probably want to go into the basement. We should pause the recording, and you guys can decide which entrance you want to use. You want to use the secret passage in the library, or you want to go back to the priory and push over the weird, creepy altar?
I feel like the
so you guys can think about that while I'll be right back. Paul's in. All right, we're back.
Oh, that was a bad
important
one.
fact is that
all right, so we got to make sure to. Got to make sure to Barbara gets her family silver.
Yeah.
Shiny silver.
Because that will probably do a lot for someone who's running a used bookstore.
Yeah, probably would. Also,
I said it's equivalent of an unusual purchase, which is $1,000 to $5,000 ish.
Should we make sure to prepare that first, just in case we had to run out of here quickly?
I have a question. How close did we park? I forget.
I think you guys parked right at the top of the driveway.
Yeah,
You got your big boy SUV. You can haul this chest out.
I'm gonna put that in. Anyway. Let's put that in the car before we go.
Let's get the heavy lifting out of the way. Yeah.
Let's put the sword, the silver, and the books.
That's a fucking airport fantasy novel. The sword and the silver. There's a big Fabio cover of a guy holding a giant.
No. It's the sword, the silver, and the SUV.
It's an urban fantasy novel.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's get the heavy lifting out of the way, just so we don't have to do it on the way out.
Yeah. So who has the best strength in the team? One of them.
I think. Yeah, Holland.
That'll be Darin.
I got 13.
Yeah, but it's a chest full of silver. You
we
probably
have we still have the we have the jerry cans full, right? We didn't use the jerry.
Yes, no.
Okay, perfect.
I have score.
You've topped up jerry cans. Jack has like 4 Molotovs on him.
Yes. No. I have 5. I have 5.
Okay.
Okay, because I'm just thinking. I want to like this house is getting burnt down.
And Holland still has a pipe bomb in his back pocket.
Perf.
Yeah.
All right. But I was asking who was the second highest because you probably will need to like 2-man it.
I'm 13, so I think I probably can.
My
it's either Garza or Benowitz, probably.
No, mine's 11. Don't let my action with a fire axe fool you. I wanted some black robes and I wanted them meow.
Yours is 12.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, it is Benowitz.
I'm
Carefully.
an 8.
Yeah.
Carefully for your poor spine. All right, so you load up with your chest full of gold, silver, but you know what I mean. It's still it's very funny. You've very D&D. But so while I was gone, how did you decide you wanted to enter the place?
Library.
Library.
Because
all right.
I'm more convinced that is supposed to be a normal entrance than the other thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
actually, I don't know.
You guys go back to the library. You pull out the secret catch. The skeleton's still there, chilling.
Finger guns.
The skeleton gives you finger guns back. No.
I roll 1d6 sand. Ah!
It's good. It's fine.
I think it's a 1 to.
No, skeletons moving is more than 1d4.
Definitely. I think a zombie is like a D4.
I think a ghoul like ranges from like 1 to
Well,
1d6.
I'm not convinced zombies aren't real though.
Well, spoilers for the book you guys want to study. One of the rituals in it may just be called zombie.
Sick.
Make zombie.
Yeah, there's fucking necromancy in
Oh
there.
no, I mean
the South African like servant ritual thing.
Well, no, there's
Okay.
there's enough things in the real world that are zombie like enough that I'm like, I think zombies are realistic enough.
But all right, so you guys are going into the docks, bracketed by wrought iron and stone-cold bricks. This is a staircase that is like a half spiral down, stone-cut steps. There are torch brackets, but all the torches are gone, so everything is pitch darkness. Luckily, you guys brought high-powered flashlights, I believe, explicitly.
Yes.
I think I'm covering the back, and I think
I have a tactical flashlight, one that you can clip to, like it's the Nathan Drake flashlight, the one that I can clip on my chest.
Holland is at the front because
yes,
I got the back, but
I have
do not
those
want a machine
giant
gun in the back.
I have those giant ass UV flashlights that fucking park rangers have.
Yeah.
That looks like a mini searchlight. They're
Yeah.
hilarious.
You have the what did they call it in Alan Wake? Was it just the lantern?
Yeah, I think it's called
like
the
the heavy
lantern.
lantern or something.
The biggest flashlight.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because those are what actual park rangers use.
Well, yeah, because they have they're
woods are
high powered
fucking
and
dark.
wide area. So
Also, a lot of animals will spook if you shine a light at them.
That's what we're hoping with this. Like, we'll blind anything that comes
so
towards our way.
You shine a light on. Darin's up front. He's probably got the like tack light or searchlight clipped to his vest.
Yeah.
Garza's Benowitz in the back. Garza somewhere in the middle.
I'm probably second.
All right.
All right, I have my. I'll say this. I also have my. We're going to the basement, right?
Yep.
I have my handgun drawn.
You should have your earring protection ready, just in case.
All right.
I don't think I think it's kind of close quarters.
I mean, it's stone slabs. That's very acoustically bad for your ears.
Yeah, so everyone's got their stuff on there now.
Well, we got earmuffs, but
You guys do notice, by the way, a couple of steps down from the skeleton, you do find an old oil-powered storm lantern on one of the top steps.
Oh.
Looks like it's got enough lamp oil left in it to burn for maybe a couple of hours. But you guys brought your own lights, so you don't need it.
You're prepared if we like.
Although
rush
that
yeah.
might be useful for the second half of the mission.
I mean, you got Molotovs, man.
I'm not convinced I'm not gonna have to use these.
True.
So
Just keep note of it.
you
Go back
guys
for it later.
start stepping down into the undercroft.
Okay.
It looks like a traditional cellar, but way more detailed. There are swooping pillars and Gothic arches in the basement.
Sick.
There's a style of accenting which is like the Priory you saw, but uses actual human bones and skulls embedded into the material.
Not sick.
And there are stone walls dotted with bas-reliefs of a blend of styles. You know, late Roman, pre-Roman Celtic, medieval French art style. Kind of resemble the triptych you guys saw. Lots of masked figures.
Should I just hate that I'm not surprised anymore?
You're becoming hardened to the spookum.
I mean, we knew it was coming in here before.
Hardened to necromancy.
Just
yeah. The images are what you'd expect at this point. Robed priests sacrificing bodies, consuming flesh, wearing the bones of their enemies. Bipedal canids, swarms of rats, white trees, gargoyles and gorgons and great worms beneath the earth.
If someone rats at us, maybe we blow the whistle and we'll send like counter rats, but let's not think about it.
Who, by the way, has the highest alertness?
Let's see. I have 70.
I have 70.
I have 60.
I'm at 43.
What's alertness?
He has basic.
Sounds like it's a tie. Between, kind of interesting. You guys are the front and back as you guys get down here and actually start exploring the Undercroft area. Which, by the way, I want to point out, smells like a charnel house. It smells like grave dirt and old blood. It's gross in here.
My nose is as someone who is at home in mass grave sites, my nose is unaffected.
Do you know how much death and decay I have to deal with?
Oh, I mean, I feel like probably most of you guys are not like disturbed by this, but I want to point out it's gross, and you guys know what the smell is.
It's just annoying to deal with.
I love the smell of necromancy and in the middle of the night. What time is it?
It's
dark 30.
Yeah.
You guys waited until it was quite late before you got started, and you've probably been doing this because you've been thorough for like a couple of hours.
It'll probably be sunrise over done.
Hopefully
not.
So I will say, Benowitz, Holland, as you guys are kind of peering around with your lights and your guns, especially because I think you guys both have, unless Benowitz, you want to switch to your handgun, I think you guys both have long arms out.
Yeah, I have a shotgun.
You guys think you can hear some like.
We might got contact.
Like just kind of on the fringes of your pools of light, just some scraping, some scrabbling.
We got something nearby.
Might have some small creatures nearby or bigger.
So
if they point out,
does this change your posture at all?
Turn safety off.
Do you rack the shotgun? For dramatic
it's already
effect.
Been racked. I'm not.
Okay, it's fair.
Daryl just signaled with the hand and just like danger, possible danger.
All right, so you guys are apprised of the situation, yeah.
Okay.
So, do you guys going to change your posture in any way?
No, I don't think no.
Actually, this is a good point. Jack drew his handgun. Kara, how about you? Guns out?
No, not yet.
Okay. All right.
Garza will pull his out, but keep it lowered.
All right. Yeah, you don't see anything in the immediate area, but like I said, your two sharpest ears you feel like you can hear the distant scratching or scrabbling.
If I strain, can I hear it? Now that they pointed it out?
Roll alertness.
Oh, Jesus.
If you fail, like please mark.
Nope. Nope.
No, you hear that the faint of the oppressive silence of the room, just like, when there's no fucking sound at all.
If you can, try to like map this out in your mind when we go through.
Probably a good idea. Keep track of everything.
Yeah.
So, there's some features in here. So you guys can see in one corner, probably the corner closest to the staircase you guys go down, there do appear to be some old wooden and wire cages. Some look small enough for things like rats. Others are the size of large dog kennels. There are some shabby crates next to them if you want to poke in those. Visible from anywhere in the room as you play over it with your flashlights, you do also see some variety of stone slab tables. They do look like autopsy or mortuary tables. Smooth stone and porcelain surfaces stained with old blood. They lead to grates cut in the floor.
More ritual shit.
Can I take note of any distinguishing like animal features, like any sign of animal activity?
I mean, do you want to check out the little kennel corner?
Yeah, I do.
So you look around, and like I said, you see, wire or wooden cages. Some of them look like they could be, big enough for a large dog. Others are small enough for rodents. What's your survival rating? It's quite high, isn't it?
It's a 70, I believe.
So in one of the crates, you actually see the shells and carcasses of a large number of maggots. You think they're black soldier fly maggots, a very commonly commercially available fly, a vital decomposer. So, they're the eat dead flesh kind of maggots.
Interesting.
You're not really sure if they had something that would need to eat those, but they may have wanted them for the decomposition effect. But obviously, nobody was taking care of them, so they are dead now. Have been dead for a while. You can't really see any major, actual signs of animals because it's been years since used.
Just to clarify, were they bought as maggots or were they bought as flies? Oh, no, I wouldn't be
you
able
would
to tell
assume they were probably actually acquired as maggots because that's a pretty common thing you do when you get them.
No.
They are like if you want to get some maggots for composting, you would order BSFL.
And these aren't anything like, oh my god, this is just normal.
No. I mean, it's weird because they're in.
It's weird. But in terms of like these aren't. What the fuck was the thing that was stuffed down her throat in Silence of the Lambs?
I don't remember, but no, it's not that. It's like these are humans are familiar with this breed of fly for use in like composting, decomposing, using them as like fish feed, alternative sources of protein if you're into that.
Wait a minute. How long was that known? Like, how long has that been commonplace?
I'm pretty sure for a long time.
No, maggots being used for shit like that's forever. Like maggots.
Okay, no, I'm just making sure because I was like, wait a minute.
Not the last 50. It's not the last 30 years.
Larvae and adults are considered neither pests nor vectors. Larvae have voracious appetites for food scraps and agricultural waste products.
Yeah. Okay, so weird, but not weird by normal standards, but not even close to weird by this family standards.
Yes.
Yeah. But I can look up the history of maggot farming, but I believe it's been fairly long.
As long as this isn't like oh god, someone's been living here, then I don't care.
No, these have died. And you would know with your high level of survival that you can keep them in their larval or pupal state for a while at an optimal temperature. It has been way too long, so these probably died. And ironically, being decomposers, have not been decomposed. As you're kind of looking there, I assume some of the others are going to look towards a little deeper in the room.
Yes.
Did you mention some chests or crates?
No, there were some crates, but that's what
okay. I was just making sure.
Jack is looking in. At the far side of the room, though, past the stone slabs, you do see some urns and some racks of lacquered mahogany and ivory, which look like they contain a variety of tools, which blend the line between embalming, surgical, and culinary tools. Woo! Some of them resemble the mummification tools of ancient Egypt.
They did show that they were trying almost anything they could find, right?
Well, hey.
Well, I mean, also, Egypt's got a long-ass history of this stuff.
Oh yeah.
Especially if you're in, medieval scholarship, where do you go to learn about, cutting up dead bodies and stuff, pulling stuff out?
Yeah, it's like Egypt, Greece, or Rome.
Yeah.
They cover
and then mummies.
Or China.
I don't know how good the trade line from medieval France to...
Well, it would be more in the Middle East kind of areas where you'd see that, but yeah.
And you guys can examine those areas a little closer. It does look like at the very far end, the Undercroft, you see piles of rubble, maybe even some broken bones, sagging foundations, piles of loose dirt. if you guys are gonna meander over that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, if we're gonna burn down the house, how are we gonna destroy this crypt?
I think we're bringing it down.
Well, sagging foundation. So
I mean, there's pillars in here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
There's
don't know.
foundation supports.
Few pillars.
We gotta scout this place out to find.
I know. It's just one of those things.
Well, there's more stuff. What I was gonna say is, those of you with high search, as you examine the kind of the rubble pile, there appears to be the caved-in remnants of a dumbwaiter shaft, which probably went up into the kitchens. But it also looks like it goes deeper down below. You can see some vague bloodstains and
oh, great.
bloody rags kind of
Of course, there's more than one level.
searching around
there's
it.
a B2.
Might have been a trash
Great.
chute. Oh yeah, there's a B2. I mean, there's a big
Probably
spooky door I
B2.
haven't described. There's a heavy stone door in the back, but it's dark in here, so. You guys can see that there are a lot of, also in the debris field, since that seems to be the general area where everybody but Jack is looking. There are some broken and crushed barrels, destroyed racks and stuff that have been, part of the blow up and the partial collapse. There's broken and stained barrels. Some of them look like they contained whiskey once upon a time or other hard spirits, but other of them seem to have a reddish-brown tacky residue in them.
Ew.
And there are broken up clay and earthenware vessels that contain things like powdered sulfur, salt, natron, charcoals, etc., which have probably gone bad.
Garza, this might be this might be morbid humor, but I think we might have found part of your cold case.
By the way, this place is huge, even caved in.
Don't know about
that. But yeah, so at the any of these areas you want to look at in any closer level tools.
Yeah, I'll look at the weird culinary alchemical ritual tool thing.
Brief question.
I wanted to check out the remains of the barrels.
Right.
What were the other entry points of this? Is this the only part of this level, or the other parts of this level?
You don't know. There is a large stone door in the
Okay.
back of the room.
Just curious if there were branching paths we crossed or something.
No, it appears to be one large cellar or undercroft that
All
has
right,
a
good. Just
second
making
door in here.
Just making sure.
You think there may have been a ladder or another drop staircase in the servants' quarters or kitchen that's been collapsed in on? There was a dumbwaiter.
Gotcha.
So that if you butchered up a good set of liver or lungs, you could send it right up to the kitchen for cooking. But okay, Kara, you check out some of the tool racks. The racks are very lovely. The tools seem to be in a little bit of a poor repair. Some of the bone saws are a little rusty. There's, various tools and hooks, flensing knives, stuff like that. You could probably use this from anywhere from surgery to mortuary, autopsy to taxidermy if you felt like it. There's a wide variety down. The only things that seem to be in any state of good use is there are some hand-tooled obsidian-edged scalpels.
Obsidian-edged scalpels?
Yeah. That's also an Egyptian technique, by the way. That's how they would, yeah.
Well, it's not purely Egyptian.
They use
no, but that was
scalpel.
was an Egyptian.
Yeah.
Was obsidian scalpel.
Don't they use obsidian edges for modern scalpels?
Well,
yes, there are also some
these things
obsidian volcanic glass is very sharp.
Yeah, no. Fuck.
Even though these are scalpel sized blades, I would say mechanically treat them as a knife, which is 3 AP, I think a D4 or D6 of damage.
I think D6.
Fuck it, I'll take
someone's
these.
day. That will ruin someone's day.
No, I'm gonna take these.
You pocket a couple obsidian scalpels. Like I said, they appear to be handmade. Silver is actually a surgical grade metal. It's very sterile.
Wow.
Very fitting.
It's just not used much because it's rare.
Yeah. Also obsidian's super fucking brittle.
Yes. You have to be very careful, but you get the impression that some of these tools have been in this family for a while. Some of that is because some of these are rusted to shit, but others it's no, somebody made this work once and then just didn't want to.
I was more talking about silver as a surgical metal. It's just they don't use it much because it's there's cheaper options.
Well, now we have access to stainless steel, but yeah.
Yeah.
Garza examined some of the barrels and stuff. Like I said, you're pretty sure some of these smell like they were casks for whiskey, bourbon, Canada Dry.
Just checking to see if there's any labels or markings on the barrels.
No, these look like they were relatively homemade, or at least purchased in such a time where there wouldn't be a lot of maker's marks.
Right.
You presume that also is probably because of the secondary thing, which some of them do, like I said, have a tacky reddish substance in them that you think might be related to human blood. At least mixed in there.
I'll take a sample.
Okay, you take a little forensic sample. All right, and then so at the back of the chamber, there's a big stone door. It is adorned with warning sigils, much like the inner chapel door you saw in the priory. There are many serpentine grubs, gargoyles, and angry skeletons holding up hands, telling you no.
Like, stop.
There is an inscription of Latin around the door.
If it's a Divine Comedy line, I'm going to.
Well, actually,
I don't even.
Actually, here's a question. If we try to understand a language, can we get points in it? Like, you know, with sciences and stuff?
I do technically think you can learn from failure, yeah.
Yeah, I will look, like, you don't have to tell me what it is, but like, what is the Latin on it? Let me eyeball it. Because I would like to.
Well, okay. I didn't actually. I wrote the translation down because it's complex. I can probably whip it up for you fast, but the grammar would be awful.
Okay.
I mean, I have Latin.
Oh, you have Latin? Well,
yeah.
Oh, my bad. Well, I'm still failing at it because I still want to know.
Sure. Do a check mark.
I would
Other language, Latin.
Okay, I got a.
And that's fair. You're in medical. You probably try and guess.
Yeah.
You might get like some of these are like death or dead, life, death, sacred, something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And then the professor just saw us up to me and it's just like blah, and I was like, oh, I'm
29 out of 50 for Latin.
Oh yeah, with 50 you probably do it, but it is a little dark, so it's fine. You run your flashlight over it, and it translates to, and you do of course like the Indiana Jones or National Treasure type shit. You read it all out dramatically. Enter the gallery of the dead, our sacred void between life and death, the Garden of Midian, the open tomb of Shadash-Hol.
Wonderful.
Do you think this is where they put all the people they consumed for power?
No, I think this is the crypt.
Yeah.
So it's a big, heavy door, and it's a little stuck. To open the doors, you need somebody with a strength of 13 plus to do it.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
I'll keep watch of the back.
All right, well, that's probably a good idea. So as Darin goes to push open the doors and shove it open, all of you start to hear that
Is coming
and
closer.
just a giant blob of rats boils out of nooks and crannies in the wall, boils up out of the grates. There is just a swarm of rats down here with you. I assume you guys all turn your flashlights to the noise so you can see it. And you guys just see a weird blob of rats spinning, swarming, spiraling, running back and forth, chittering towards you. They kind of swerve and weave out of your flashlight to stay in the edge. You notice that they are like pitch black fur, and their eyes glitter red even without the flashlight backlight. I would like you to roll sand.
These aren't normal rats.
No, these rats are unnatural.
Fucking demon rats.
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
I rolled
It's 0/1d4, so yeah.
Fucking moon rats.
I'm fine. So it's 0/1d4?
Yeah, it's 0/1d4.
Oh yeah. It's fucking demon rats. I'm just not thinking about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unlike last time, I rolled good on sanity.
Did anybody fail?
I don't think
Nope.
so.
I rolled 72, which is close, but not quite.
All right. You all knew the rats were coming. You were prepared for this. Does anybody have a dex greater than 20?
No.
No.
Okay.
I mean, as in, like,
Rats go first.
Okay.
I thought so.
fair enough. I wore the flashlights at least
fast.
just stun them a bit. Yeah.
No. They are not in that way. Though, like I said, they do not seem to like the very bright lights, especially perhaps Jack's flashlight. They seem to definitely try and like avoid the tightest part of its beam. But Benowitz said he was at the back of the team, so
I mean, yeah.
they are going to scuttle up to you, and they're
boy.
just going to try and swarm over you and bite you.
Oh boy.
Would you like to dodge? Actually, no. I should roll first to see if they hit, and then we see if you want to dodge.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 23. That is a hit.
All right. I have 50 dodge, but let's see.
That
I
does
have
eat up
the
your
shotgun.
action.
I do have the shotgun, or because it's like all I'm gonna say is like Garza, get the whistle, get the whistle.
All right.
But
so
like,
are you dodging?
Doesn't work that way.
It summons rats. It does not.
Yeah, that'll just make more rats.
Fair
We
enough,
don't
right.
need more rats.
Right. I guess I'm gonna try to dodge, but I'm probably.
Okay. So that's your action. Though you get to dodge every attempt on your life this round. So roll your dodge percentage.
All right. Just gotta roll better.
As
than
just
yours,
like a wave of 20, 30, 50 maybe rats just leaps for you. Maybe not 50. That's a lot, but there's a lot of rats.
What are numbers? I can't tell. I just see swarm of rats.
That's a 0-9. I'm not sure that's worse.
Nope,
actually.
that does not beat their roll because they roll a 23 out of their percentage for bite.
Yeah.
So you will take 1d4 damage, AP3.
Okay,
That's 3 with AP3.
All right, that's just raw 3 on me, I think. So yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, just like a half a dozen rats just fucking fly onto Benowitz and start just biting, nipping. One of them gets him like high on the shoulder near the collarbone, getting close to his neck. Others are like sinking into his thigh, his torso.
I guess if I just failed it, I would at least marked it. I guess. Yeah.
But yeah, you are not having a fun rat time.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about
swarm
this.
and
Yeah.
swirl around you. So who is the next highest in the dex order after 20?
I think Dallas is because I remember Dallas doesn't have any dex lower than any stat lower than like 15 aside from strength. Right?
No, that's not true. I have a 12 dex.
Oh, you have 12 dex.
I have 16 decks,
Okay.
but I'm already doing my thing. So go.
All right. Okay. So dex 18. That's Holland.
Yeah.
You might want to keep opening the door, honestly.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do.
I believe that is your action to interact with an object like that.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so, yes.
All right. You don't need to roll, so you can still get your free 10 meters of movement if you really want it. But you just kick open the door, it slides open, and there is a large, you would say, gallery area. It's a little hard to tell, but you see like another 5 or 10 feet of steps which go into a large vaulted room.
Okay, now it's just...
You could move into the room because you have some free movement, but
yeah. So
you have a guy who is currently being ratted.
Yeah,
Is the
first
count is being on me, or is it the attack?
I should probably just turn around now just to make sure it's like, okay, everyone in. Everyone in.
All right, so you open the door, you look in, you turn around, and you're like, all right, get in the door. What were you asking, X?
Cover.
Do they count as being on me, or are they just attacking me?
They're just attacking you. Like
Okay.
they eventually probably, as you naturally struggle and writhe, since you did try and dodge, they leap off you. But
Do I
you
still
get
have
bit up
my
a lot.
movement to at least try to make distance?
Yes, I believe you can still move. What is it? 10 meters?
I thought
10
it was
yards?
3.
3 yards for free? Yeah, it's up to 10 if you're normal action and 3 for free. So yes. So
I'm just gonna try to
on your decks, you can just back up. 3 yards is 9 feet, 10 feet?
About
Yeah.
10 feet.
Yeah.
You can probably just scramble and roll into the door, not down the steps, but into the doorway if you so choose.
Yeah, so the others can throw Molotovs at the rats.
All right. So you get the fuck away from the rats. You're dripping blood everywhere. It stings so much. Who is the next dex after 16?
I'm 13.
Garza?
I believe that's you. Then 13. I have
All right.
12.
All right, so I wanted to double check this. Are the rats avoiding the light?
They seem to be trying to avoid the light, but you guys have a lot of flashlights pointed at them. They're in a little bit of the light. They're not melting or anything, but it does seem to bother them.
Then I will do this. I will pull and pop a flare.
All right. Okay. So, roll dex times 5 to yeah, they're not directly engaged with you. If you want to get it right on them, you can roll dex times 5 to throw, or do you want to just Alan Wake style just pop the flare and hope they don't come closer?
I'm gonna Alan Wake this.
Okay. So yeah, that's just, you can pull out a flare, the room goes like incandescent red. The rats all just kind of like lean back on their haunches, just kind of just raising an unholy ruckus.
All right, and I'm gonna start, just start backing up towards the door.
All right, you also back up into the door. Other people will need to start using their full turn of movement because now there's like 3 of you standing at the top of these stone steps. So
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys can decide amongst yourself who goes next between Garza and Jack.
I mean, are you just going to go through the door?
Nope.
Okay. Garza will head through the door.
All right.
And keep an eye on the room beyond.
All right. So Garza, it probably ducks between Kara and Benowitz. You walk down the steps. You're standing in a large vaulted room with some interesting statuary and things that we'll get to later, but nothing immediately jumps out to try and eat your face.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately.
How long do flares last?
A couple of minutes.
Okay.
Google it really quick.
It felt like
Well, for
unlimited
duration-
lasts, like 10 seconds.
Oh, an old-fashioned flare will typically burn for 10 to 60 minutes.
Sick.
So people can notice, yeah. Keep it bay for a bit.
Well, I'm just gonna hold this thing up for like a torch.
Yep. Okay. And then Ramblin' Jack.
All right. I'm gonna reach towards my thigh.
Yep.
I'm gonna pull out a Molotov cocktail.
Okay.
I'm gonna cork it, light it, and scream "Induni Matre" and throw it at the rats, and then
All right.
run towards the entrance.
Okay. You can still move 3.
Yeah,
I
I know.
mean, he can get to the door. He's basically abreast with all of you guys at the doorway, but he can
It's
throw
Dex
the thing.
times 5.
Yeah, Dex times 5 to throw.
I got 2.
Okay. Well, they will... Actually, no, they already acted. They cannot dodge. That's right. I didn't give them special extra move powers. All right. Hit... I realized I didn't actually pull my book yet, so let me double-check the handbook.
What does a Molotov do, I guess? Or just fire something?
I mean, I'd probably count it as like a hand flamethrower, but you throw it and it's one use.
Yeah.
Seems about fair for the amount of fire output. So let's go to the
Remember,
weapon check.
this one is specified because normally Molotovs would suck against living targets, but these don't.
Yeah, you spice these up. You melted some styrofoam in there.
Yeah, like Molotovs are not listed in this book for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why
Well, 'cause,
fire is not treated properly in Delta Green, the role-playing game. I feel like that would be everybody's first thing.
A game about
like,
using fire and
well,
explosives.
I would not think that even with all of our nonsense, we're going to be buying Claymore mines, M21 shaped explosives, and not Molotovs first because you can make those at home. But anyway,
Yeah. Yeah, fire thing.
Maybe it's 'cause-
handheld flamethrower is just. Let's see. It has a kill radius and it does 10% lethality. So yeah, roll a percentage. If you roll under 10, you just auto kill them, and if not, you do the damage on the dice.
Well, I didn't auto kill them.
Okay. So what are the numbers? The 2 numbers that are showing.
4 and 7.
Okay. So that is 11. That still works. So yeah, you just light the Molotov. You yell at them and you throw it, and it shatters and it balloons out and rains upon them and just. And then it's really freaky, and this explains why you don't get any sand back because it's the lower number, so it's 0. They just disappear. They immediately burn up and turn into a puff of black vapor or smoke. The only thing that is left is tiny scraps of bone. But yeah, they're fucking gone. But now there is a fire with propellant in the basement that's probably going to kindle for a while. You guys might want to shut that door.
Yeah.
It's not going to spread because there wasn't any wood on the floor, but yeah.
It's I'm gonna turn to Jack and be like, "Is it a good idea to start a fire here now?"
Well, I didn't know the rats weren't real.
It's like if everyone had gotten through the door, we could have closed it.
But they have to deal with them later.
Yes, but now we have a fire on our way out.
It's true.
Hey, no, that's not true. You've got another exit.
Yeah,
You're in the gallery. You look through the gallery. You see that there's some steps up into some other tunnels or something.
Yes,
but also low. So you're basically, to clarify, you guys are in kind of like a T-junction now of steps.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 rows of steps which go by, which have some cool statues I'm going to describe in a second. Also, as you know, you guys stand here and argue, and Benowitz bleeds onto the steps.
Oh, that's right. He got bit.
Trip.
Boy, you can't catch a break, can you?
You really can't. Well, luckily, this is a new wound, so I can heal this one.
Yes.
But anyway, I will still berate the old man while pulling out my trauma kit.
I just to be true with you, Doctor, I appreciate the fire because I don't think
it shouldn't destroy any of the structures.
Pretty sure Garza's keeping watch with Darin right now.
Yeah.
But
it
just might be a little hot on our way out.
There wasn't any
it'll probably will burn for a little bit, but it'll probably burn through after not too long. I mean, and Kara is holding a. What do you do with the flare now, by the way?
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to
go for a little bit.
I'm gonna have to put it down, like on the floor while I get on my trauma kit.
It's not gonna burn.
All right, so you just roll it across the floor. So, what y'all see, in this area is, like I said, it's a gallery. You guys are quite far below ground now. You think you've got to be at least like 10 foot below the back garden. There's some really old slabs of dark granite and white marble. You would say these are done in what is called the dry stain or Cyclopean style, which is irregular blocks without mortar. Yes, I know Cyclopean is an H.P. Lovecraft word, but it really just means that like done without mortar because historical historians were dumbasses and were like, giant mortarless rocks. Clearly, Cyclopses built these.
Or like non-Euclidean, which doesn't mean much actually.
Yeah, but the Cyclopean like thing is like one of those. It is in that style. So the 2 staircases are there's 2 sides of the staircase. Then there's just landing, and then there's further stairs down into another area. The stairs are flanked by 4 pillars on either side. So on one side, you see a row of veiled goddesses.
Sick.
One is holding a sword. One is holding something that looks like a spade or a shovel. One is holding a rod or staff, and one is holding a sphere or orb. On the opposite side, you see, you would guess male figures, though it's a little hard to tell. One is a classical robed and winged death with a scythe. One looks like a Christian knight. One is a bearded philosopher looking at a book with alchemical symbols on it, and the last is the grinning figure of a ghoul or gargoyle.
Are these various representations of death through cultures?
Yeah, that seems to be the theme.
Okay.
So, on the landing, as you know, Benowitz and Holland look around. Also, Kara, did you roll first aid?
I was waiting for you to.
Okay, go and roll it while I describe this bit. On there, you guys see small alcoves cut into the back with altars and plinths in them. They're surrounded by alchemical sigils and occult or esoteric Celtic designs. You see 4 of them. So roll a d4 for minutes. Yeah. There are 4 alcoves, and they are marked with 4 different. He's all better.
Mm-hmm. Well, better.
You swat jaws and douse him in iodine.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I shouldn't take the back, but maybe I should keep because
he keeps getting bit up. Also, at least some of those rat bites went clean through his Kevlar.
It's like, that's a bit. Those were sharp.
Yeah,
fascinating. That's not normal. Rodents don't normally have that much bite strength.
No, they were demon rats or something else. There was something.
Here, take these antibiotics just in case.
Do demon rats have rabies?
I don't know.
Demon rabies.
Interesting.
Let's hope we don't find out.
So, like I said, there are 4 alcoves. They are each marked with a symbol for a phase of the moon: full, new, crescent, half. There's no waxing or waning on here.
Interesting.
But they are looks like they're piled high with offerings and other ritual implements. You see, once again, many small knives. I can't emphasize enough. These guys love knives.
Many knives.
There are piles of gold and silver coins from a variety of cultures and eras. There are silver candelabras with more candles made from human tallow. There are skulls. There are offering bowls filled with ash and burnt bones and more. There are some scripts in what, when Jack gets a moment, he can identify as Occitan as well. But you can't really get a good read on them because they're old.
I can speak the 2 languages that language is based off of, but not that language.
So you get the vague idea that you think this have to do with like some inscriptions about their deity, the charnel god, but you can't really read what the epithets are.
I'm glad I can't read it anyway.
Will their god get mad if I just like take all their gold and silver out of their offering bowls? I don't know.
Nah, I don't know.
I mean, you guys remember from Jack's rambling that it is a deity that likes to be paid what it is owed, but it is also non-malicious. It's a fair and balanced supernatural entity, spatial intelligence.
Yeah, but it's not fair to just to steal your your offerings.
Yeah, but fair and balanced sometimes also includes eye for an eye. So
let's not. That's fair.
Let's tempt fate.
Yeah.
So basically, the impression you get from the architecture is that the other set of stairs opposite the ones you came down from the Undercroft go to some kind of tunnel system which leads back to the crypts of the Priory, because you're not directly under the Priory yet, but there's got to be some kind of tunnel system back there, it looks like. Or there are steps further down into a looks like an honest-to-God like dungeon. Like I said, big, granite stone slabs.
Weirdly enough, I kind of want to go to the dungeon first.
Maybe we should secure another way out. Mental.
I mean, we have an...
Well, I don't know how long that fire is going to burn, but...
Probably like a minute or
10 minutes.
Tops.
By the way, I want to remind everybody, this whole thing is lit red, by the way. There's a fire just burning in a corner.
Yeah.
I want to pick up my flare.
The problem is the other exit we know of is that direction, and I have a feeling the bad stuff's also in that direction.
Fair. Before we go up or down, we just check the rest of it.
No, that's it. You looked at the landing. You guys can see the altar, the niches that I said. There's just stairs down and a big old door.
I think the dungeon is a safer bet for safety than whatever is under the Priory.
We have no reason to judge that, but okay.
I do. All the bad shit started happening
Dallas. Before you, how many times have you said something has been this exact way and been completely and utterly wrong?
Thinking.
Dial-up modem.
I was like, I'm not gonna say that you're not right, but at the same time, there is just as much chance you are wrong. So calm your horses.
That's true.
Calm your horses.
But do you have any better ideas?
I would rather go have a guaranteed exit that we could run out of instead of having the chance to fire, and potentially more rats.
By the way, the pillars down that hold up the stairs down to the dungeon, they are white marble accented with ivory and silver and resemble that weird altar you guys saw, whirling tendrils and roots forming grasping hands.
Okay, you know what? Never mind. Let's go that way.
Oh wait, I didn't realize the pillars were spooky. All right, so you guys want to at least double check the stairs?
Because when you said dungeon, I assume a place where they kept their food, not ornate.
I mean, possibly,
place.
but still, like it's ornate and further underground.
Yeah. If it looks more ornate, the more ornate it looks, the more worried I am.
It's definitely more ornate down there.
Yeah.
So you guys want to secure the
security exit,
the tunnels?
Yes.
Okay. Technically, what I called the Warrens.
Great, more rats.
So, what's your? Are you switching your marching order at all? Since Benowitz no longer wants to be in the back because
I will be in the back.
Okay.
Wait, no, that's a terrible idea.
No, that's a bad idea.
Wait, Garza, what's your constitution?
You know, fuck you guys. I'll be in the back, and I'm just gonna keep popping flares when my other ones come out. Go out.
All right, I'll be second to back, so I'll just be
Wait,
right.
Garza, what's your constitution?
My constitution?
Sorry, Kara.
Kara. Mine?
Well, Kara's taking the back, so
I'm taking the back, but my constitution is 12.
You got what? 12 con, 12 strength,
Yeah.
11 strength.
11 strength. Yeah, I'll be fine. Like I said, like the rats don't seem to like intense light, so if they come up the backside, they'll be like, "What is this going on here? How dare you?"
If something,
I can tell you based on what you observed, so you can figure out at least a little bit about how they work mechanically. They were a literal swarm of rats, so like single shot bullets would not have done so much, but the Molotovs did have a lethality rating and a kill radius, so you were able to affect them all at once. And
would buckshot work?
Once you do that, no, buckshot does not have a kill radius.
Oh, okay, so it actually it had to be the Molotov.
Yes.
Or the M60.
Yeah, or automatic gunfire. They, like I said, they did seem to have some reaction to certain bright lights. If Kara had chosen to throw the flare, then we might have had some rolls for some stuff, but then she would have had to throw a flare at a guy. But okay, you guys are into what, like I said, I called the Warrens. These are tunnels which run between the Priory Foundations and the Umbral House connected to the gallery. You see that they are made of nearly fossilized wooden beams, stone slabs, clay bricks, and in some spaces just some hard-packed earth. You get the impression that some of this space was left so that they could expand maybe the crypts or other foundations of the Priory, though obviously you are coming at this from the gallery side. You do notice that while these walls aren't decorated, they have, of course, produced some of their own decoration. Dangling from beams and other parts of the ceiling, there are bundles of skulls wrapped in twine, human, rat, and canine skulls. There are strings of vertebrae. There are hand bones. There are hands preserved into wax, Hand of Glory style. There are glittering silver coins and charms, rosary beads, arrowheads of obsidian and flint, just, jangle-dangling down there.
Wonderful.
So, any particular caution you want to tackle this with, or are you guys just
I'm
gonna,
just going to be looking at the walls, see if there's any writing, but just.
So they're hanging from the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go low. Let's go low and not disturb.
Yeah, go low.
Let's not disturb the hands.
I will make you roll. I just want to. Now you guys are in a tactical crouch, just to let it out there, as you don't touch the jangly bones.
I don't know if there's anything actually wrong up with them, but I don't want to risk it.
Maybe I should maybe I should have worn a helmet today.
Besides, if they rattle, we could alert things.
True.
Maybe a helmet's a good idea next time.
So, you guys find another stone door and slide it open, and you find yourself in the crypts. You can see the niches you would expect for these sorts of things. Looks like maybe a little more elaborate, but looks kind of like French church crypts.
Okay.
The floor is littered with fragments of human bone, grave cloth, silver coins, tiny rat skeletons. There are loads of niches in the walls with stone sarcophagi. However, before you can examine them too closely, you guys hear kind of a gust of wind, a kind of like blowing sensation, and
is the door shut?
No. But from some niches and sarcophagi labeled Prioress, inky black figures float out of the sarcophagi. It looks like a mummified corpse, clad in veils and robes, but with obsidian black skin, dripping with gray-black ichor, and eyeless sockets which burn with silver-black file.
I'm gonna roll. I feel like I might need to roll some sand here.
Yeah. As they kind of like these two wraith-like entities, emerge from their crypts to face you, they produce an unearthly howling sound, not unlike that of a banshee. Just a.
I was about to say banshee, but you beat me.
Everyone,
I was thinking Nazgul, but
everyone wear protection. Clear.
Not quite that high pitched, but yeah, no. So there's two of these wraith things, and you should roll sand now.
Okay.
This is a 0/d6, so it doesn't matter if you succeed.
I pass.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
34.
All right, that's good.
I am not fine. I rolled a 93.
Okay.
Damn.
D6 time.
What do I get?
That is a 3.
All right.
Middle of the road. God damn it, I wanted to wear black. No, It's probably not like that. It's just like, what the fuck? Corpses don't do this.
Mediocre.
They know you took your stuff, their stuff, Kara.
They did. Now they're after it. But shit.
So there are two of these wraiths in here. They are probably, the crypt is decently sized, so they're probably, maybe about like 10-ish yards.
Is it fair to put ear protection on before we have decks?
No, you guys are surprised by this. You were not expecting literal wraiths to attack you.
I mean, I've had ear protection on from this entire thing because I've had my gun drawn the entire time.
Oh, fair.
That's fair. You've had your gun out the whole time. All right, but that means these things do not have a dex of 20, so we start at the top with Darin.
Right.
Just don't
Right.
By the way, these wraith things floating.
You're right. They're floating. They're like.
They appear to emerge from solid stone, and they are looking at you spooky-like.
Right. I'm just guessing ghosts. I don't know if I can actually shoot them.
Well, you won't know until you try.
Yeah.
That's literally what I was about to say.
Yeah, give it a shot. See what happens.
I'm going to slip. Wait, does it? Can I actually slip on the ear protection before I shoot?
Well,
you can. That's just like a hand gesture to just pull your earmuffs over your ears. These guys can't though.
Yeah, we fucked.
It's not their turn.
Yeah. It's like
if Darin wants to warn them he's about to fire, I will allow you guys to make luck rolls to see if you can get your ears on.
He'll just be like
suppressing fire.
Suppressing fire.
All right, so everybody roll. Actually, no. Let's make it stat based. Roll Dex ×5 really fast so you can get your ear protection on. Otherwise, you are gonna be deaf.
I barely pass.
I got 28 out of a number.
All right.
Okay.
I got 62, which does not make it.
Okay, so you don't get your ears on in time.
Okay.
All right, so
now just Dallas. Oh wait, no, Dallas already has.
He says he had his gun out, so that's fair. He did have his gun drawn first. He had plenty of time to put his ear protection on.
Okay, so
that possibly means that he may have been loud talking a little to Kara in that argument back there.
Yes.
Oh,
like
yeah,
what?
I've probably been loud talking the entire time. I've probably been just going what?
He's old though, so it's fine. So
right after that, heavy weapons thing, so 50%. Any modifiers?
No, you guys have lights. Which one do you want to shoot at? Because they are not close enough.
What's the radius on this on the M60 actually?
It depends on how many bullets he wants to use.
How many has he got actually?
Well, it's a 200 round belt, so
yeah, 200 round belt is kill radius at 3 meters. They're not within 3 meters of each other.
You would be firing a short spray or a long spray.
Okay, I'm thinking a short spray.
Okay, so you're gonna use 10.
Yeah, that's just not waste too many bullets, just in case these things are not affected.
Sounds
all right. So roll heavy weapons.
Okay, time to roll heavy weapons.
Garza, by the way, because you're not getting your ears on, you take a -20 to alertness for hearing for the foreseeable future.
Okay.
Tinnitus.
All right. So yeah. Darin just pivots and he fires and he completely smashes an unrelated sarcophagus.
Oh no! Man, I'm just like, God damn it! I'm trying to sleep.
Bones and grave dust come piling out.
I'm just not used to this.
Give us a little more kick.
So I believe Benowitz, your dex 16, right?
Yeah. My dex is.
Benowitz.
Yeah, Benowitz.
Yes. Benowitz. That means you go next.
I guess can I move in front of the other people?
Yeah, you can move 3 yards. That probably means
I'm just gonna
guys.
see if I can just shoot the buckshot into these guys. Into
sure.
One of them. One,
which one? Lefty or righty?
Left, I guess.
Okay.
Let's
all
see.
right.
I get a +20 to the buckshot, and then it's also a light. Does a light do anything?
So let's see. You are in shotguns. Firing shot gives a +20% in all ranges. Yep.
Yeah, it is a shot. So it's like 2d6, I think, or it's like 2d8.
It's 2d8 damage, but
okay.
We'll get there when we get.
Okay.
So roll firearms first. Bang.
20? All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. That's a 27 out of 66, and I count the plus 20.
Okay. Right. So you moved up a little bit, but close. You fire, and your buckshot hits the wraith center of mass and just flies right through and demolishes a torch bracket.
I don't even know what we do now. Then okay, well shit.
We think and we learn.
They do kind of seem to, because you guys are making a lot of like bright flashes and stuff when you fire like this. They do seem a little. And Kara's still got a lit.
Yep.
Flare. They do seem a little gun shy. Especially because I think they're next. Dex 15.
Yes.
Okay.
Probably like on the one I shot at least, but yeah.
Okay. So it does seem kind of like they don't like the bright light, but it is not actively like
harming them.
At least at this distance. So let's see.
That sword sounds like a good time right now, actually.
I don't know if any one of us can hit him with it though.
No, that's fair.
Also, our sword is in the SUV.
Yeah.
Also true. Yes, I forgot about that.
Yeah. So I think they're gonna try and approach Darin and Benowitz.
Because I'm going to be very honest, someone swinging a bastard sword in this close quarters with no training, I would be more worried to killing us.
You thrust, but yeah.
Still, I mean, it's a hand and a half. It's a big
Axe
boy.
is a bastard sword. You don't understand how big that is.
It's about 6 foot, I think, on average.
Yeah, so
No, it's not
33
6
to
foot.
42 inches. Yeah.
42
Yeah,
inches.
it's like
4 or
3.5 feet, but that's still giant.
That's fair. It does take a lot of space.
Anyway, so they're going to scooch up and attempt to smack a jack.
Yeah. Okay.
Prepare to
You
get bit
smacking
slapped by
Benowitz
banshees.
and Darin each.
You said smack a
don't
jack.
know
You
if I
can't
can
just-
dodge because I already.
Omega, don't say
Sorry,
smack a jag.
actually.
That makes me think you're hitting me.
Correct, right. I'll be more clear. Yes, they're going to. So they are going to reach out with their bony Icarus obsidian hands and give you the bad touch.
Ugh.
Yeah. Do that. Sorry, I'm having to interpret my own rules a little.
Maybe Molotovs are the answer to everything right now.
I'm not going to throw a Molotov when they're like.
Well, not
on
while you guys are engaged in melee combat.
Not right now yet. But yeah.
Yeah, further
Okay,
five.
so we're gonna roll their. What is it? There we go.
Also, here's the thing. I don't know how much Molotovs will do to these.
Well, again,
Nope,
like
that's a. Oh, that's a critical failure.
Didn't they
actually.
say their eyes are on fire?
They burn with silver black flame?
It's more just a visual.
So for Holland, it goes to like reach out to like touch your skin. You reflexively flinch away, and as you do, you like shine your tactical flashlight like right on this thing, and it ends up just kind of like tapping into like your chest plate, like just kind of don't. Like you get the impression that it thought something different was going to happen, but because it critically failed. It seems much more tangible when in direct light.
Okay.
Oh, so
It's like, guys, shine all the light on them.
wait. I beg the weirdest thing is like,
Direct light.
if I shot it when it was like in my light, was it just not close enough?
What light? You're using a shotgun.
that's two hands.
You have a
my
gun
dude.
light on it?
You get one-handed shotgun.
Okay, I don't.
Because if you have, you can't just
I meant to have
put
a-
like your firearm gun light on a shotgun. They're not sized the same.
Yeah.
Okay, I was
Actually,
wondering. If
I don't even know if you bought a commercially available shotgun. I don't even know if you have like Picatinny rails or anything.
I thought I had like a light that was like facing forward with me when I was like.
If you have like a chest-mounted light, then no, you're not. That's on your body. You are not pointing it like directly in.
Fair enough.
sequence
I'll
with
have
your
to aim
gun.
it next time if I try.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I rolled
We'll see this
83,
actually
so
right now.
this one just whiffs you. Like it tries to like
Ugh.
grasp your face, and you're just like, no,
No,
cease.
not more. Not enough. I'm tired. I don't need more stabbed more today.
They feel like they are definitely avoiding the larger pool of Kara's like flare light, so they're a little clumsy. Is that Kara next?
I do believe so. Yes.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So, am I able to extrapolate that they do not like light?
Yes. They do not seem to like bright light.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get touched, so I'm not gonna. Well, actually,
Roll the flare.
no. I'm trying to think. It's like, let's see, how many. Do I actually have to keep track of the amount of flares I've thrown? I know I grabbed a bunch. I don't even know if I remember actually grabbed a bunch.
I mean, you've got like, I think you
10
pocketed
plus?
like half a dozen.
Yeah.
You can probably keep track just in case if you're gonna keep using them.
I know I noted down that Garza only has 2, so.
I have 3 road flares, 2 signal flares, 1 flare gun.
I didn't carry
Where did you
any
get a
flares.
flare gun?
I started with that.
He's a park ranger. That seems like it.
I know,
it's relevant, yeah.
I know, but at the same time, it's like, God, like you. I swear to God, you just come out.
I also have bug repellent. It's not gonna be useful, but I have it.
If you had rat repellent, that'd be great.
I don't know. If you pour bug repellent directly into normal rat, that would probably fuckle it. But you don't know how that works on demon rat.
Yeah, no.
Anyway,
these
yes,
aren't normal
Kara,
rats.
it's your initiative. What are you thinking?
Can I activate another flare with 1 flare in my hand already?
Do you need 2 hands to twist them?
I mean, if she has enough dex, like,
Can I put the flare in my-
but you could do it.
How hot do flares burn?
Not that
Pretty
good.
hot.
Like if I was to put
I
one
mean, you
in,
wouldn't want to touch the flame directly to your skin.
like if I was to put like the unbroken
I
into my
mean, you
mouth.
could probably put the far end in like your mouth
Yeah,
and 2-hand one.
yes.
Yeah,
I will do that.
flares are.
I will be smoking the biggest fucking blunt,
All right.
and I will uncap another flare to toss it. Can I do
Alright.
that in one action?
Yeah. You can light it and throw it.
Jesus.
Yeah, they're very hot, but like I said, you can hold the far end in your hand. You can probably stick the far end in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
All right, roll Dex times 5. Please don't crit fail. Which one do you want to throw it at? The one that is attempting to bad touch Darin, or the one that's attempting to bad touch Benowitz?
Let's go with Benowitz.
Yeah, I don't think you want to patch me up again.
So I rolled a 61 out of 65. Sick.
Okay. Roll as if you had 50% lethality.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
25.
All right, yeah. You just fucking throw this and put a flare blaze first directly in this thing's spooky skeleton mouth, and it just it like explodes into a greasy smear on the ground.
Am I covered in
You just
grease?
hear Car go, shit.
No,
Am I
you are not
covered
covered in anything. Actually,
cool. I'm not covered
it
in
is
gray
just,
blacks.
like,
Cool.
No, it's gone. There is just it's weird. Like there, if you had to describe it, Benowitz, just on the floor in front of you, there is like a smudge of like physical shadow, just an oily,
Is it almost
greasy
like a-
stain.
Is it almost like a fucking Chernobyl shadow?
Probably a little bit like that. I'm also thinking of like certain enemies from like Skyrim that turn into just a pile of shadow goop when you kill them.
So I just imaged Benowitz like, so do that again.
I mean, I just threw my flare, and
Yeah,
Kara's
that's
a little shocked. She was not expecting that.
No,
Yeah.
guess what, guys? They really don't like direct contact with very bright light.
Ah,
I was expecting it to be like recoil and be like, ree, not, you
So we're
know.
gonna stab it with flashlights. Cool.
Well, your normal flashlights are not high powered, but one of you does have a high powered flashlight. Speaking of which, Jack and Garza,
Oh boy. This is a dumb idea.
what you got?
I'm gonna do it anyway. After seeing that, I'm going to bayonet style charge the other one with my UV flashlight.
Yeah. I guess just roll me Dex times 5. See if you
Oh,
can
thank
get in
God,
there.
Dex.
No, it's not strength. You're just pointing a flashlight. I want to see if you can like get it close in on target and just get in there.
Oh. Okay, woo. Alright, that was very close, actually.
All right. What you got?
70 even. Which is,
All right.
what? Oh, no, wait, no, that's a fail. Shit,
Okay.
I was doing the wrong stat. No, yeah, I failed.
Okay. You get up close and you run up behind, but you are physically blocked by Darin, who is a very large man, and the wraith thing is these are called sister wraiths, by the way, are like literally hiding in his shadow from your light, and you just cannot get on target.
Okay.
Garza
Failing that, I will just train my UV light on it. Because that makes it more tangible, right?
It definitely seems like it's not reacting like normally. It is going out of its way to avoid you, but yeah, you don't get a direct beam of light on it, so it doesn't like explode instantly or anything. But
I'm just trying to make it more tangible for the others to shoot.
So Garza, it's use.
Okay, so Kara, threw a flare at one of them?
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Kara was just screaming at you. Throw a flare.
Am I able to reach down and grab the flare that Kara just used?
No, that's over by Benowitz. Well, actually, you can move like 3 meters.
You could probably grab it. It's not that far away. Yeah.
Benowitz moved out in front, but yeah, you could probably run up and grab it.
I was second in line, so.
Yeah, that's fair. You're probably close enough. You could use your free movement and grab it.
All right, I'll do that, and I'll fling it at the other wraith.
All right, roll Dex times 5.
Times 5.
Let's see if you can boop it.
That is a 56, which is just under.
All right, roll as if you had lethality 50%.
How much? Oh, wait.
Yeah, just roll percentiles with 50%.
Basically a luck roll of death.
13.
Save or die.
All right. Yeah, just once again, you just stick it right in its skeletal rib cage and just.
I'm not gonna think how that works, but I feel better that they're gone.
They don't like the light.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's direct contact with the sunlight instantly kills a system.
Oh yeah, so my I wouldn't have even had to roll, would I?
No, UV light is also 50%.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah. But very bright lights like flashbangs, UV lights, or etc. have like a 50% lethality rating.
Also, we're doing Alan Wake shit. Okay, that's fine.
But other than that, they are like if you try to engage them at long range with guns, they are intangible. If you get close, maybe the muzzle flash does a thing. But yeah, so that was cool. Unfortunately, when you kill unnatural things, you only get the lower sand bracket. So the sand loss was 0. So you guys lost nothing but gained nothing. Totally shit. They're horrifying wraiths that tried to.
We feel better that we know how to fight them at least.
Yeah, I'm not very impressed with these things. I'm like, motherfucker, bad to it. The demon rats are scarier.
I don't know. I feel like these could have been bad news bears.
You guys don't know what would have happened if like I said, that one crit failed and like.
That's what I mean. Because I have no data. Like the demon rats fucking bit Benowitz up.
Yeah.
And through armor.
That seems like a very unscientific thing. If you don't understand, you should automatically assume the worst and go from there.
I don't know if that's the scientific.
I'm an optimist.
But anyway.
I think in Delta Green it is.
Anyway, now you guys are seeing the actual crypts. You see the niches. Those two came out of ones that were labeled Prioress. Those are apparently some old Prioress ghost bones, maybe?
I guess they learned how to be, transpose themselves? I don't want to think of it.
Clearly, we should have just given them money and say, go back to sleep.
If that would only work.
There are also niches which are labeled Honored Daughter, Revered Mother, Brother of the Faith. So this seems to not only be a crypt for nuns, but also some honored dead of people outside the Daloon family. As you guys didn't look at the actual family cemetery plot at all.
This is some ninth house shit.
Should we
well, so it's funny you say that. There is an inscription on the ceiling over the door you guys just walked in, which I did have the actual Latin written down here. It says, Lauda Domum de Matrem Mortis.
Oh, Jesus.
Something of the dead?
I would like to attempt to translate this. Oh, wait, no, I already failed, but... Did you can you copy paste it?
I can paste it for you.
Yeah, I'm going to see. I already failed on my Latin, so it wasn't his. Laudum Domen del Matrem Mortis. Matrem Mortis. Matrem Mortis. Lady Dead? Lady of the Dead?
I mean, you've got your Latin guy right here. It says,
I know.
Praise the house of God, comma, mother of death.
Hey,
yes.
I was half right.
I got the translation wrong in my head. I thought it was praise be to God, but I knew the mother of death.
I mean, the grammar's a little wiggly.
But
yeah.
I knew the mother of death thing from a video game, ironically.
Domum Dei. And lauda is just the verb for praise.
Yes.
praise house god mother death. But there's declensions and shit there for all the grammar. Anyway, you guys actually like scope out the crypt a little bit. It's kind of, gross. It smells weird in here. You do see some niches with unsarcophagi skeletons of people wrapped in like nunly robes, gripping some Crusade era swords, which seem to be in okay repair. Not a lot of rust and dust down here.
I don't want to touch this.
Again, I don't want to take someone's sword and be them getting like, hey, that's mine.
Yeah, I mean, you guys did literally encounter, as I described, the sister wraiths.
No,
so you're saying the swords are in disrepair?
No, they're in good.
No, they're in decent repair. They look like they haven't aged too poorly.
I actually am going to pick up one of the swords.
Okay. You feel like you get a little bit of fight back from the crusty nun bones, but it's fine. A strength of 8 doesn't beat the strength 0 of doesn't lose to the strength 0 of a skeleton. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, no, these seem like pretty standard era Crusade type swords, cruciform.
Oh, those are pretty
not
old.
very adorned.
Professor, if that skeleton gets up and wants its sword back, I'm gonna let it.
That's fine. I don't foresee any of these things being
Should we
triggered
check
by
for
this.
any of these crypts that are empty, just so we have a head count?
I mean, if you guys are going to need a lot of strength and some tools to pop open the stone sarcophagus,
Okay, that's not
but every
bothering
niche
the
that is
time.
labeled is filled with a bone.
So let's not
There's a
bother
bone
then,
person in
We
there.
do not have the time.
Let's not bother then, yeah.
Let's just assume some of them are empty.
Okay.
And also, you guys can see the staircase that leads up to the secret latch. You can there's probably like some kind of grip or niche for you to slide the altar back from below, so you can actually.
Oh,
get out
so
of it.
that's the priory entrance.
Yeah, it comes up into the inner chapel of the priory, which dumps straight into the crypt where they keep their
Okay.
undead. dead.
Then.
All right, slide it open. Okay.
Yeah, just have it open.
Clunk. There's kind of a whoosh behind you as the cold air equalizes.
All right, now we have guaranteed an exit. Huzzah!
But by the way, it was probably good that you didn't kick this open when you first got here because a sister wraith or two may have popped out.
Ha ha!
Yeah, that would have been messy.
I think we specifically said we're not going to open it for that specific reason.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
it might
like,
be
I
something
was
weird,
I
yeah.
did a little
I was
foreshadowing.
just
There's some spooky wind.
Yeah.
I was literally just like, okay, the family probably goes in through the family entrance. That just sounds safer.
Yeah.
Or at least...
No, I mean,
there were some spooky ghosts on patrol in the crypts.
Oh yeah, no.
I think we got them.
All right, did
So
anyone
you
get
guys are going
injured?
to double back to the dungeon.
No one got injured?
No.
Okay.
I'm surprisingly okay right now.
Okay, good.
I for once I rolled like shit on their attack roll.
I was so happy that you
Yeah,
did.
no, I heard that.
Well, when you get a crit fail and then an 83, with these guys who have 50%, bad touch points.
You rolled pretty good on balling me previously, so...
The rats got you pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, also one of the ones was just you falling through the roof. So
Yeah. I mean,
After I
rolled pretty good on
because
just
maybe
hurting
don't want to
me.
go down there. You're like, nah, we're fine.
He's rolled pretty good on high and hitting me hard, and low and roll on healing my sand.
Okay, so the dungeons.
Dungeon.
There is yet another set of heavy silver inlaid and iron reinforced doors.
Does this one say anything special?
No, it just has more skeletons telling you to fuck off.
I flip the skeletons off.
All right. They stare at you. They're made of silver. They don't.
Does Garza
complain.
ever put on his ear protection? This is not bother.
I feel like Garza says, "What?"
What? Oh no.
Don't worry. it'll come back in
Anyway,
a
I'm
couple of
taking
weeks.
off my ear protection though again because I
that's
like
fair.
hearing.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
Why don't you take it off?
I'll
Just put-
get taking off mine too.
I'm not. I'm just gonna be talking loudly and listening.
That's great for stealth.
They have detection magic, I think.
Where are you getting this?
Where are you getting that from?
My brain.
Which is a horrible place and we should not rely on ever. Fuck.
Exactly.
But I don't know how that works.
Anyway, so
Fine,
the
I'll take my
dungeons
ear
are pretty
protection
big. First of all, you see the style of stone changes. This is definitely local stone. It is called something different now, but the historical name for this kind of stone was pudding stone. because it has flecks of black and red minerals due to iron inclusion. As you slide the doors open, despite the fact that you guys do see some stains here and there of maybe ash or blood, everything in this dungeon area seems better preserved, less dusty, almost like it's frozen in time. The main area directly below the gallery, you see, is indeed what it sounded like Jack suspected. There is a long row of cramped cells or stalls. Looks somewhere between a prison and a livestock barn.
Oof. Wonderful.
You see cells filled with rotted straw bedding, and they've got a couple human skeletons in there, and some rat droppings.
All right, time to, I guess, search and clear.
Oh.
There are perhaps half a dozen skeletons.
Can we learn? Do you think we can learn anything from these skeletons?
I mean, you're the forensics expert, so.
Yeah, sure. I'll give these skeletons an eyeball. I probably can't date them, but I'll see if I can determine cause of death and whatnot. Maybe.
I got 40,
right.
so I'll give it a shot too.
You yeet open a cell. They're a little rusty, but they're not so locked that you can't force them open. Also, there's probably a key on an iron ring in here somewhere. If you look around with your flashlights. So in the cells, also you notice they appear to be armed with some chamber pots and some stoner metal food troughs. So the troughs are like scoured clean. They are, no residue at all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the rats ate it.
Seems like it's appropriate, yeah. So you examine the skeletons. Your forensics is how fucking much?
I think
Kara?
it's 80.
Yeah.
Mine's 40.
70.
So with a fairly casual expression, you look and double check, and you see that these guys look like they're about the same age as the ones at the burial site. So probably, somewhere 60s, 70s ish. You don't see any obvious marks of violence or any marks of human dentition, but you see way more rat bites. Looks pre-mortem.
Okay.
My guess, I'm betting these people were down here during what?
The incident? Or
Yeah,
the fire?
and might have got left down here.
For the rats.
Yep.
So
Seems like a fair guess.
I don't think my meat locker guess was too far off.
No,
Probably not.
No.
There, you find about a half a dozen skeleton, but there's cell space for at least a dozen subjects, humans. In my notes, it says, this is mostly existentially terrifying, not sand damaging.
No, that's fair. Yeah,
These people were probably chained up here, left to die, and got alive by rats.
The thing that is throwing me is this operation is much larger than I'd expected.
I mean, they're a large family.
No, I don't think it's necessarily large. It's just efficient.
Well, no, because there are dozens of people.
Or it's
again, it's like a missing case there, a missing person there, a homeless person there. It's like, and like I said, they have food troughs, so they were keeping them alive. Who knows how long a lot of these people were kept here? Like I said, it's not large. It's just long, and they. What's the word I want to use?
I mean, I would like to point out that, at least according to quick stats, over 600,000 people go missing in the U.S. every year. So,
no, I know
a dozen cells is not a huge deal.
No, so what I'm saying is they know. Like this is wrong. This might sound weird, but they know what they're doing. They've been doing this for centuries, if not longer.
Very systemic, yes.
So it's like they grab a person.
You guys are going to have to figure out how you want to get rid of this, because this is all, like I said, this is all stone slab, baby.
Honestly, I think we're going to just have to bury it. Like, just have it collapse. Well,
yeah, we got to go find the supportive pillars and just kind of...
We'll have to bury it, and we'll have to inform our superiors that it needs to, like, not be
a demo team for this.
Touched.
Yeah, I mean, you guys don't know what the program's handling on that is, but yeah, you probably want to tell your case officer, and he will do something. Maybe talking about, like, buying up historical artifacts. Maybe we invoke the old eminent domain. Hello, Uncle Sam needs your property for reasons.
Well,
here is a check.
The last person would probably just appreciate the check.
Well, that seems like I don't know. That's tax dollars. Like again, like if we make Barbara friendly, just tell her people cannot go on this land ever.
Probably still cave in the basement. Yeah.
Well, no, we still need to cave it in to discourage. But people get curious. People like to explore.
I feel attacked.
Says the man clutching a cruciform sword.
But
yeah.
Like I don't know.
It has in nomine Dei and etched on the blade or something dumb.
Like if well, honestly, once we clear it of all like threat vectors and whatnot, of all risk vectors and whatnot, and probably do a little get rid of the main building, we could probably collapse the entrances, and that'll probably do it.
Yeah, we could probably just do a deep, I guess, air quotes, deep cleaning of the place.
Do a deep
I
cleaning.
mean, I'll say this: you know that your boss has C4 on standby. If you pop the pillars in the gallery, that would mean that there's no entrance to this, though that is in the open in the back garden. You might not want to cause a sinkhole there.
Yeah.
If you guys demolish the crypts of the priory and the undercroft of the house, that just blocks up the entrances to here.
Yeah, no, I think as long as we cut off access to, because
Though I want a question I want you guys to remember. How do those bodies get down there? Down to the bottom of the hill. There's bodies at the bottom of the hill in a hole.
Yeah, we need to go check how that happened. We're gonna go find the weird body trail, essentially.
So I assume you guys, you guys have been
need to
talking
finish
in
exploring the
stealth.
tunnels. So
yeah.
You guys are gonna move on through?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So, you find a large central rounded room that looks kind of like a large laboratory space. There are big stills, copper boilers, coiling tubes, and pipes.
Working on that great work, yo.
Some of them do also appear to have been converted to distill moonshine.
I mean, that tracks.
Also, the great work.
And others kind of look like maybe almost like a conventional kitchen burners and stuff. But most of it looks like alchemy or chemistry, large mixing vats, storage barrels, etc. Incense burners are set in here. Check them; they smell similar to the priory. There are a lot of bags of grains in the corner, but they look like they're empty and bitten through.
Grains could have been used for making alcohol, fermenting and whatnot. Or, could be used for foods.
Yep. Looks like it was originally food grade, from what you can tell from the burlap. There are a handful of greasy and moldering books here in a variety of dialects of French, English, and Latin. None of them are unnatural. They just have, looks like they're various recipe recordings for alchemical tinctures, herbal remedies. Oh, and, the occasional book about how to embalm human flesh. Or prepare it for consumption. So you have one set of open doors, which go into a small hallway or something. And then, just like it opens to another set of chambers. And then on the other side of the rounded room, there is a heavy brass door with gold and silver filigree.
Ooh. Filigree makes me think that's important.
Yeah, I think that's going to be important.
So let's go to the other door.
Yeah.
All right. There's a, heavy-duty door. There's an iron bar drawn on it, over it, but it is on the outside, so you can just slide it out.
Cool.
Slide.
You open the doors, and you find the Jaloon family vault. It's about the size of, you would say, a decently sized private bank vault.
I think we're keeping this.
Unfortunately, it has seen better days. There is no Scrooge McDuck here.
Of course. It's probably like crates and stuff.
Well, mostly you see it seems to be filled with art and cultural objects rather than cash.
Oh, cultural.
Still worth it.
So, those of you with decently high search scores, like, 6 year up, you guys do think you can see in your flashlights maybe gold or silver dust or shavings on the floor. Looks like they maybe had bullion in stock. But
this is what remains of their fortune.
They don't have much of that. So you've got, various cultural artifacts, like I said. So you start in like one corner. There's a row of like some West African wood carvings, which kind of blend into some Caribbean artifacts. In another, you can see some Egyptian antiquities, canopic jars, pottery fragments, amulets, some scrolls or scraps of papyrus with funerary magic on them. There's also just some random items scattered around. You've got chunks of illuminated manuscript left in a corner, a couple of antique coins, some Grecian pottery urns, etc. Under a sheet, if you want to move a sheet aside.
We're checking, so might as well.
Sure. You see a stack of some old family portraits. Variety of styles.
Professor Mormo, I think this is, better than a actual pile of gold for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like looking for the most significant cultural artifacts I can find and putting as many in my bag as I can carry.
Maybe we do that later, but keep stock.
Most of them are not super significant. They don't seem like these are like crazy good finds. These are just some authentic artifacts that have been displaced from their country of origin. But as you are digging around, you do notice a couple of things. Foremost, there is another chest in here. You creak this one open. This one is loaded with coins you recognize as Morgan silver dollars. These are U.S. currency dollars, minted between 1878 and 1921.
Oh, interesting.
So because they're made with actual silver, they will have grown slightly in value as antiques. So,
I don't think this count as illicit or just antiques.
No, you could just sell them. An agent could sell them with a charisma roll for 2d6 standard purchases worth of cash. They are antique.
Should we? Like after this?
I mean, again, this is just another coin of silver. I would just give this to Barbara.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we'll see how you feel about this one. There's also a crate of 100-year-old Canadian dry whiskey.
Mine!
I think we should keep... I think that's something you keep for after the mission.
Yes!
Obviously, bottled whiskey doesn't necessarily improve, but antique spirits do tend to sell well at auctions, so you could probably try and sell it off. Or,
Is the DEA agent going to be mad if I try to abscond with, some...
Hey, he's not ATF. He doesn't have alcohol in his agency name.
Ah, perfect.
So no any important memorabilia.
No, not that much.
All right.
Again, I'm getting the idea from this thing is they had money.
Oh, they were down bad.
The what?
They were down bad.
No. Is if I'm understanding this right, they spent their money on trying to find trinkets to further whatever great work they're working on.
It seems like they had access to a lot of silversmithing and possibly even like if they cracked alchemical transmutation, maybe they can turn base metals into precious metals. But they're fueling their process seemed to be slowed, especially by their lack of members, so they couldn't really recoup.
Yeah.
Based on any of you guys with like any above base level of accounting, you can guess from the way this vault is set up and the things you do find in it. It looks like they preferred commodities to cash.
Mm-hmm.
Like the only coinage they have in here is currency that does contain silver.
Makes sense.
And so the whiskey, like I said, that's an antique. That's possibly valuable. You could, if you could fake the prominence or figure out how to bluff it, you could probably sell it at auction for like an extreme purchase worth of value.
Holy shit.
But you need to make like a -20 charisma times 5 roll or be investigated because they don't show up. You could also probably just, keep the crate for yourself or donate to Barbara and then just, drop 1 or 2 bottles at a time for a major expense coverage.
Let's see, but I want to keep the whiskey. I like whiskey.
But what all of you notice is pinned to the wall, there are 5 threadbare and faded red British Army uniform.
Oh, shit.
Each are pinned to the wall with 2 black iron spikes. The spikes are pitch black and about 5 inches long.
I guess that story was true.
What kind of spikes are these?
Iron.
Oh, iron spikes. Okay. Black iron spikes.
Black iron
pinned to the stone walls.
Wait.
Wait, where are they pinned?
Yeah.
Like sleeves, shoulders.
Okay,
However
they're
you
not like
pin
crucified, right?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I was about to say, did they actually pin them to the vault wall?
No, there's not like bloodstains or anything. It just looks like we had some weird nails and we pinned them to our wall to show off.
It's like
Can I pull out one of the? Can I pull out one of the pins?
Yeah.
I mean, French people get a French
You've got
people.
a dark nail. It's pitch black. It feels slightly colder than room temperature.
Scary.
I guess it's just maybe just alchemical instead of just unnatural.
Well, I don't know anything about this, but it's weird.
As you step closer to pull one out, you discover wrapped in a black cloth under it, there are 7 more nails. And there's 5 uniforms, so there are 17 in total in here.
I wonder.
What if these nails do something?
I don't know. Like I don't know if there's a significance to it, but this nail is weird. It bothers me for some odd reason. Why are they hung up in their vault?
Maybe it's like a trophy thing?
Just take them down anyway.
Should we?
Like, I don't know. My first thought is like, oh, we have bound the spirits to the vault to protect our treasures forevermore.
Because certain things we just
I mean, ghost redcoats haven't attacked you, so I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm like.
By the way, the as I said, it is a 5-inch black iron nail, so it has about the same damage stats as a normal knife. 1d4, 3 AP.
Just a lot of knife blades. Yeah.
Fuck it, I'll take
Are these like easier to throw?
I don't actually know if an iron spike or nail or stake perhaps is easier to throw.
If we have to like nail something to like
can I throw it though? If I took throwing,
yeah, hypothetically.
Actually, here's a weird thought.
Fuck yeah!
If we have to nail something to the ground vampire style, I guess we can use these.
I mean, I will take all the spikes. Fuck it. I'm gonna spend our downtime. I'm gonna learn throwing, and I'm just gonna line my fucking doctor's coats with these spikes, so I can just throw it open and start flinging spikes. It's happening.
Okay, you bundle up.
Maybe even like
you got all 17. Bundle them up.
17.
In this, dark black cloth.
There's just something about these. The I feel like why 17? I feel like there should be Are there any others just laying around?
Nope. There's just the ones that were used. The 10 that were used to pin, and then the 7 more that were in the bundle.
Sorry, it just bugs me when there's not flat numbers. I'm just like.
Your GM may have randomly determined there were 2d6.
Very well then.
So that would be spooky.
Well, again, I'm still slightly bothered. Anyway.
They're black. They're cooler than room temperature.
Why would they be cooler than room temperature?
Black iron is a black iron like a weird thing, or is it just a color?
No. Like black iron, like they could just be flat out fucking pig iron, and they just
pig iron or wrought iron.
Yeah. Like, that can make it black. Why? The only thing that bugs me...
And I would say, I mean, it's not like you're doing chemical analysis. They appear to be iron. They kind of feel ferrous.
Yeah.
I just don't know metallurgy, so, like...
No. But again, like, they're a little cold. But, you know what? Fuck it. Just fuck it. I want to learn throwing, and I want to throw things at people, and having 17 iron spikes seems pretty fucking cool.
There's probably a third basement floor. Let's go.
Well, yes, there is a sorry, I'm double checking my notes. Okay, yes, this would go here. Make sure. Did I double up on this, or trying to make sure there's not an error in my notes?
That's fine.
No. Yes. Yeah. So. Oh, yeah. Okay. So now you guys come out of the vault area. There, you guys can see that there is a little bit of a tunnel. Looks like there is an area on the back side of this circular room. There is a set of stone-cut spiral steps which go down. There is also a tunnel shaft, maybe a couple of tunnel shafts, and then there's also still that extra antechamber opposite the vault.
I'm sorry, Maggie. Can you repeat those? Can you repeat those options again?
You guys see now that you're on the opposite side of the laboratory, there appears to be like a spiral stone-cut staircase going down next to some kind of downward-sloping shaft on the far side of the room, and then opposite the vault, there's still those antechambers.
Let's go check the antechambers.
All right.
Yeah, I would agree. Level by level.
Yeah.
So, there's a little like hallway here, and there's some rooms, and these are not good rooms.
Oh no.
One of them you would call a refuse pit. It seems like it's connected to the dumbwaiter shaft. In here, there are you can see through your flashlights. There are piles of rotting and soaked clothing, wallets, other personal items, scraps of bone, fossilized human waste. It smells awful. It stinks of blood, piss, and excrement. And anybody who wants to do any more than like casually lean into this room is going to need to make a comm roll.
Nope. So we're just saying, like, wouldn't most of have decayed over like decades, or that's
just how much how much refuse is here.
Oh, okay.
Also, I did note the decay eaters are dead upstairs, so no. That's the thing about decomposition. You need decomposers.
Oh, okay. Right. I always think decomposition just happens naturally.
No, it does on a small level, but not.
Yeah, but the microbe cultures that would be in here would still be minimal, so it's gross and old.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I guess the only problem is like I kind of want to get those wallets so we can get a head count of all the dead.
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, that's fair.
Garza, like I said, you're gonna have to make a comm roll.
Honestly,
yeah,
I'd be more inclined to throw a Molotov onto that pile just
to cleanse it, I guess.
Well, I don't have any Molotov.
I mean, that's gonna make everybody need to make con rolls outside the room if you set it on fire.
Yeah, let's not.
Oh, true.
That's gonna be very gross.
18.
Oh, you're gonna lean in?
I'm gonna try and grab any wallets there or forms of identification that I can see.
Okay, it's very gross. It smells awful. You dry heave a couple of times, but you pick up maybe maybe a dozen wallets. The licenses and stuff that are in them. Some of them don't seem to have much of anything. Maybe those people didn't have like ID cards back in the day. But you find a couple driver's licenses and some other stuff. It looks like you've got, like I said, maybe a dozen. The IDs look like they are from, the early 70s, late 60s mostly.
All right. I'll bag them and then leave the room before I throw up.
Yeah. You have a bag full of wallets. They are gross. Feel gross. Let's look at the other gross room. Because this is like further down the hallway. There's another room. Somehow it's worse.
Oh no.
One is connected to those gutters that are in the floor of
pools of
the
blood
undercroft above you. So there's just a stone chamber in here with a basin which is the size of a hot tub, which is just completely like darkly bloodstained.
Oh.
Should we grab a stick and just see if there's anything in the pool?
No. There's no actual liquid blood. Blood doesn't keep that.
Oh, okay.
No, unless it's the blood in clay and glass containers stacked around the room that has clearly been used with some preservatives.
Okay.
Hey, Kool-Aid snacks.
I don't know. Is this like where they collected collected blood? I'm assuming.
It seems like they would collect the blood and they would seem to contain it and preserve it. There's some weird tools for like manipulating the blood, the literal blood bath, and collecting and measuring the blood.
It's the blood room. Don't you all have a blood room?
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Like, this feels like a weird thing you'd see in like a vampire movie or some shit.
I mean, they're pretty fucking close.
Yeah.
I mean, this doesn't surprise me that much.
It doesn't, but still.
Hey, blood got to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And it goes in the blood bath.
You send blood to the blood room. Where else is it supposed to go, eh? All right, but I would like to move on.
Okay.
That's
yeah.
You leave the gross hallway.
Please.
So I assume what appears to be exits down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a little bit of interesting structure. So first of all, there is a long, low tunnel which is going down. It's squat. It's maybe 5 foot. So you guys would have to crouch. It has a fairly steep slope and some stone-cut gutters shallowly cut into each side of it, but the rough texture of the stone does mean that there's some traction. Those of you with high levels of history or archaeology, so Jack, you would guess that this shaft, judging by the tool marks and the relative ages of all the brickwork, was built early in this facility. And then may have been set aside. Next to it, there are two connected shafts, at the head of it, which drop straight down into some darkened space. Looks like it goes down to the original bedrock. These are a little more new, but they are just straight drops into a pitch dark room, so you do not want to traverse them. There is a set of spiral staircase down next to this area. But you guys can see kind of caught on some of the stone or crunched into the gutters. There are a couple of skeletons lining this shaft going down.
Okay.
Skeletons?
Yes.
Anybody? Bones?
Going.
Yeah, going.
All right, let's take a look.
Okay. Are you all going to try and fit in the narrow
I
drop
will.
chute?
No, I will not.
Okay.
I'll just keep
I'll
watch, I
hold
guess.
back then.
Okay. Okay, nobody's doing anything. All right. Do you
Wait,
care about
no.
the spiral staircase?
No, I was gonna try and.
You
crawl
didn't
in
say
there.
anything, though.
There's a very awkward silence on the recording is the issue.
Sorry.
Okay, so you wanna go down the shaft and maybe look at the skeletons.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll
What's
just
your
do the flashlight
forensics?
Not great.
How much you got?
Yeah, 20.
What's
no,
your
no,
archaeology?
24. My archaeology is a 70, if I remember. Yeah.
Okay. So with your archaeology level, you can't really tell a lot. You estimate, though, that these skeletons are not super old. They might be around the age range of the skeletons you've seen in the cells or possibly in the pit.
Okay.
What's your navigate?
How
Navigate.
do you have that?
30.
I secretly rolled a 52 for you. Put a check mark by your navigate. You don't have an idea.
Okay.
Which way is north? Can't tell.
The
We're
fuck's
dark.
a north? No. Oh my god, that makes perfect sense. It's like, I know how to use the stars to guide my direction. Shit.
You look up at the stone ceiling. All right, but yeah, you have a rough idea of the dates of the skeletons, and you can.
Could I
scoot back
make
up the
a
shaft, like I said.
educated guess based on what I just might have realized?
What you got? What are you thinking?
Is this the well?
No, this is the opposite side of the structure from the well.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
It does slope down the bottom of the hill.
Oh, is this where the body?
Does anybody else with navigate perhaps want to step forward and attempt to figure something out?
I only have 10%, so I'm just.
I have 50%.
All right, roll navigate.
Okay.
I still want to.
Okay, so that's a 7 out of 50.
Okay, Darin, you're used to doing navigation in the pitch darkness without starlight and stuff. You pull out your check your compass on your wristwatch or something. You're pretty sure that the shaft direction goes down to the mass grave.
Okay.
Was there just a pour over of a mass grave hole?
The refuse chute.
Oh, this is a horrible thought.
Skeleton
How
chute,
big
yeah.
is the chute?
About 5 foot by 5 foot. Looks like occasionally the dead people get stuck in it.
Do you think the dug up bones were some of the earliest finds they had when they did this?
No, I'm pretty sure that if they keep digging, they're gonna find the other end of this fucking chute.
Fuck, right. Damn it.
I did like to point out there are newer shafts which drop straight down next to this gutter.
Here's the thing. I think there's something at the end of this chute.
You want to go down it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go down it. I'm gonna I'm gonna stick a.
Take the stairs.
Does anyone have a python? We found pythons in the
nails.
Nails, pitons, they're pretty close.
I'm just gonna like
I said, the stone is rough. You're probably wearing like heavy hiking boots. You've got enough traction. You can.
Okay, so there would be enough to climb back out.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go down the chute.
Because hypothetically, if you guys, basically what you see at the end is you eventually run into the tunnel end, which like levels out after you go down quite a few feet. It's blocked up by dirt and slightly collapsed brick. You recognize the quality of this dirt because you are an archaeologist as that of the mass grave. So, if you guys had waited like another week, they would have dug all the way to there, and there'd be a creepy doorway into this tunnel that you guys would have to explain.
That would have to be a cover-up.
Good job.
We stopped the hole.
So, what Jack realizes is he crawls down the hole, possibly alone, it seems like. It is a tight space.
Yeah, I think that'd be the best idea.
Down, I guess.
Yeah. But you guys are probably going to want to figure out some excuse to stop that dig before they find this.
Or we could just...
I guess we can't just get rid of the body somehow. How the fuck do we do that?
We might need to pull some governmental bullshit.
Or we could
domain or something like that.
Okay, hear me out here.
We cave in the entrance.
Yeah, no. Because we know this is the direction the dig is coming from, which is one thing I wanted to know.
Yeah.
What we could do is, if we haven't used it by the end of this little track, Holland still has that pipe bomb.
Actually, guys, I'm gonna put this out here. I realize once we've cleared this house, like it's gonna take them a little bit to get there. We can probably leave, get all the explosives we fucking fire we need, and then just come back the next night to do this. We don't actually.
I agree with you in theory. I'm just worried we might find something later. But for now, that is a good plan.
There is still one level down.
Yeah, there's still one level down,
the
but
heart of the hollow hill.
But once we, quote unquote, clear the area, if we haven't brought us around down on our ears by then, and we've contained all the risk vectors, we basically take out everything that we're gonna keep. We gather up we inform Agent Green, like, this place is bad juju, and we need to collapse it and cordon it off. Maybe inform Barbara that, her family has, like, super fucking cursed land and no one should ever go in, and maybe you should just give it to us for safekeeping.
For a nice check.
For a nice check. And then go back the next night and be all like, we're gonna blow up this bitch.
Targeted demo.
Yeah. But yes, we do have one more level to go.
Yeah, we're gonna.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, one that we know of.
True.
To the heart of Hollow Hill. All right, so you guys start going down the spiral staircase, stone cut as always. You walk down into a absolutely massive stone chamber.
Hey, Jack, can I have one of those Molotovs just in case?
Sure.
I'll just hold on to that.
Okay. So you can see that the ceiling is made of looks like strong kind of ancient concrete and bedrock slabs engraved with strange sigils in silver. Strangely, you're not sure how, but I believe we said it was gibbous or something inside moon. So through some kind of unknown mechanism, this place mirrors the moonlight outside, so everything is bathed in silver white light.
Oh.
That's a neat trick.
So at the bottom of the chamber, even from where you guys are standing back at the stairwell as you walk down, you can see the middle of the chamber is a shallow depression filled with reddish sand. In the center are a series of 5 standing stones. One is slightly off-center and shorter from the others, resembling a hand grasping up through the earth.
Oh shit, we found it.
Yeah.
Built around this, there is a Roman-style amphitheater, which fills much of the cavern. Rises up in sandy but level seating. You could fit a congregation of several dozen down here.
This is a ritual space, Axe.
Ooh,
I guess where they built it, Roman. I was just saying, wait. I had a weird moment.
Yeah, no.
Like, Romans build this? The fuck?
No. It looks newer than the Roman Empire. This was
fair enough. I just had a weird moment.
Now, there are, around the walls of the depression, and presumably part of the original space that was here, you all see series of cave paintings in, looks like red ochre.
Red ochre.
Archaeology man.
Yes.
This resembles the local Amerindian culture from around 3000 BCE. They were known as the Red Ochre people.
Jesus.
This art style doesn't exactly look like theirs, though.
Someone imitating it?
The image style is
An offshoot.
warning sigils, great giants, grasping hands, esoterica.
So
like
the clan?
some original cave paintings, definitely, that are pretty old. Like I said, like the culture who used these pigments is like 5,000 years old. But
what makes the roof of this area?
Predates anything.
It's got a dome that's made of concrete and bedrock slabs.
How the fuck build this and then make a hill on top?
They built a dome and then they piled dirt on top of it.
Oh yeah, I guess they had time. No one bothered them.
Well, yeah. Most of the native tribes, as we know, went, this place sucks. They didn't have to kick anyone out.
So around the amphitheater seating, you guys can see a trough or a pit. It goes down maybe 10 meters or more. It is absolutely jam-packed with skeletons. There are hundreds of skeletons in here.
And there's most of their
stained
shit.
white, red, black. So yeah, you guys go to the bottom of the steps. There's an amphitheater. There's a sandy pit with some standing stones in it. Piles of skeletons. You think that there are some outside of the dome area, like around the fringes, there are some like cracks or some arrow-cut passages. Some are carved, some are natural that fan out. Some you think might be dead ends for burials, but if you, those of you who can actually still hear, if you like lean into the darkness, you might even hear distant water, like a deep underground river or cistern.
Wow.
I want to go investigate some of the paintings closer to the standing stones.
I'm just gonna like flash my light around just to see if there's like somebody to like.
I
guess,
will investigate
select.
the standing stones, I suppose.
Okay.
Don't touch. Careful.
That's fair. Everybody careful.
Everyone careful.
All
If
right,
you
so
feel
Kara's kind of
hungry,
trotting off
run.
towards the center of the stones.
Thank you, Darin.
Darin's sticking with her. Benowitz, you said you're kind of flashing your light around.
I'm gonna sit next to Garza because I think he's still like holding his head over one of his ears or something.
What?
Mop.
I'll just stay near him just so like. he's
So
further.
Professor takes a closer look at the cave paintings on the walls. Garza, what are you?
Just kind of keeping watch on probably those the passages with the sound of water.
Okay.
Make sure nothing comes out of them.
Somebody will have to tell you they hear water in them because you can't hear shit.
Yeah.
But yes.
Well, I still have a 40 alertness even with the -20. So
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's still pretty good. If you concentrate and these guys are quiet for once, you can probably faintly hear
He's
the water.
better than me normally.
Well, yeah, you're old.
What?
Okay, so you examine the structures. Like I said, the materials definitely resemble. Literally, there is a would have been in this area. There is an Amerindian culture called the Red Ochre people. Let me see if I can find any. Also called the Red Paint people. Are there any images? They're a pre-Columbian. Nah, I just get lots of article about. Mostly, it seems like Africans that use red ochre. But yeah, there were some cave paintings and stuff.
Yeah.
Lucky found the handprint ones, which is kind of in that vein.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at like some of the iconography and see if I can like distill some sort of meanings other than
This is
just
actually
stay
red paint
out.
people. No, you think from your archaeology, the general impression you get here is that there was an ancient people, you know, the natives, the people who migrated here, you know, long ago.
Hundreds of thousands of years ago.
probably glacial maximum, and they just found this weird place, and they were like, I don't like this place. I don't like this pit. You might get more if you approach the stones. But speaking of the stones, Kara, you wiggle on up. So you're gonna go into the sandy basin itself?
Yes.
Okay. You do notice that in the center of the basin there is a pentagram drawn of pure silver, which encapsulates the palm of the standing stones. So obviously the stones don't actually cover the 5 points of the star, but it is perfectly proportioned to fit inside them, and it is a pentagram. The stones themselves are just outside the pentagram, and they jet out ancient red and white rock, just absolutely old. You gonna get up in there? Look at them standing stones.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up in those standing stones. Because right now,
what is your archaeology and/or history?
Shit.
Are you gonna call for me?
Not yet.
You can tell the rolls, I guess. Let's get this point.
I will attempt a history roll. It's the fucking minimalist, but
Attempt history.
I have a
history.
I have a 15. I will attempt.
All right. Nothing jumps out to you right away, but
No.
You do notice that as you get closer, they appear to be dotted with an ancient script, something swirling,
Holy shit.
enigmatic.
I rolled an 11.
I would like you to roll sand now.
God damn it.
You critically succeeded. Oh no.
Hey, guess what? I rolled a 66.
All right.
That's a failure, by the way. Crit.
You lose 1.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
Oh, it's 0/1. So you actually, maybe you took a course in some pre-Columbian Americas stuff or something once, right?
Mm-hmm. I heard from one guy who told me this over a beer bar drink one night.
So, judging by the structure of the rock and the design, you think this strata is pretty old. Maybe as old, if not older, than human settlement in North America. There's a writing system on these rocks.
Wait.
The people who were here, they didn't have written language. You think these rocks are as old as the last glacial maximum? None of the cultures who were here had writing systems then.
Wait.
That's why you lose 1 sand.
I mean, as soon as you said writing system, I was like, wait.
Did you say anything that loud, or are you just like,
Well, no, at the moment, I'm, Like I said, because I'm taking this all in. I'm not, again, I only have a 15 history, so this is literally, this is something I probably heard from a colleague from another story who probably likes weird shit. And it just coalesced in this moment.
Yeah, you realize, hey, these rocks are pretty old. These tool marks seem old. Wait, people weren't writing when this rock was here.
Yeah. I don't think from what you've said is true. I don't think anyone anywhere was writing.
No, because if you look at the walls, they were using cave paintings and whatnot.
Well, no, yeah.
Also, I mentioned the last glacial maximum.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, I know what that means, but we don't know what that means.
Wait, I kind of know what a glacial.
It's when Alaska was fused to Mongolia by an ice bridge, basically.
So the last glacial maximum was the last glacial period where the ice sheets were at their greatest extent. That was occurred between 14 and 15,000 years ago.
Yeah, there was no writing system back then.
Also,
anywhere,
older than those cave paintings.
Also, isn't that when the ocean floor was the surface?
No.
Okay.
Sea levels were a lot lower because of ice levels. That's the land bridge, but it's not. No. There were still oceans.
Yeah, no. Glaciers. The glaciers were huge, which means they held a lot of water up. But Kara was just kind of trying to reach behind her, like Jack.
I will come over.
All right, Jack. You have enough intrinsic archaeology and history. I need you to also roll sand.
Jeez, God damn it.
It's only one, but
49. Okay, that's fine.
All right, you lose none. Maybe it's just a hoax. It could be fake. But damn, these rocks
what are you doing?
old.
Oh, what the fuck?
These rocks are old, though. Damn.
but you're like,
If this is an actual writing system, who the fuck? Who was writing?
What are they
Oh,
writing?
I am actually going to take a picture of this writing.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's very swirling, enigmatic.
I'm gonna guess I don't speak it.
No.
So I guess there's so guys, you know, like what you're talking about, from like that weird map they had. Do you think that like correlates at all? Like those
No,
maps
not really.
Okay.
Because there wasn't.
I mean,
much
hypothetically,
wasn't there not much in Colombia or in in North America?
No. The Greenland area was referred to as Hyperborea, but that's still distant from here.
Yeah.
Is there any sort of role that I can try and identify this language?
I mean, you can
Unnatural.
roll unnatural.
I'm gonna do that.
I'm gonna do it.
I'm gonna try.
Nope.
I'm gonna fail, but I'm gonna try.
Wait, no, I need to turn on my light because I can't tell if this is a 6 or an 8. I mean, a 6 or a 0. Hang on. And I bumped my dice, so let me just fucking re-roll this real quick. Nope, I rolled a 43.
Yeah, you have no earthly idea. It matches no language in the archaeological record. And does not match anything you guys have studied. All you know is this is fucking old.
Oh, man.
These rocks have been here, possibly with these carvings, since before humans were on this continent.
I think this is a vector, because I think we just found like a pre-human society.
I don't know if we can... What? Wait, you said this. We were on a bed of sand, right?
Yeah.
Or what looks like sand?
Yeah, it's a reddish sand.
Wait, red?
And that's why the sand is red.
I'm gonna check what kind
of sand.
Seems like pretty typical silica sand, you know.
Okay, so it is.
You assume the red is from an iron content. You're not sure if that's a natural iron content because remember I talked about the pudding stone is mineral.
I'm fairly sure what it is. I was just, oh my god, I'm gonna be very honest. I was making sure this was sand and not bone dust.
Yeah, no. If you pick it up and examine it, you know enough about archaeology to be like,
that's
I know
sand. This is sand.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. All right.
It looks like there's maybe a few inches of the standing stones that's like in the sand, but otherwise they are just chilling monolith style.
Approach the pit.
What? The bone pit or on the
That's
outside?
in the middle of the.
No, the bones are on the outside. You're already right up in the sand pit because you had to look at the standing stones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna approach the pentagram.
Okay.
The center.
It's a pentagram.
It's silver inlay.
I'm gonna dig around the center.
There does not appear to be anything in there, though. You definitely get a little bit of a hair standing on end, you know, kind of putting your teeth on edge kind of sensation. You ever walked near like a powerful magnet or something?
Bad juju.
I'm gonna break the pentagram with the silver dagger I have.
It would not break easily. You don't have the strength for that.
Oh, it's okay.
It's solid silver. It was poured in a mold.
Oh, it's not like chalk or anything. No, it's like
no. It is not in a silver powder. It is a silver sculpture, basically in the form of a pentagram.
Structure, yeah.
Yeah.
No, okay. That I was misunderstanding what it was.
You can poke it with your knife and be like, nope, that's solid silver.
These stones were here before all this. These pictures and writing were here before all this.
This is such a dumb idea.
I'm gonna touch one of the standing stones. I'm gonna rub my hands over it.
I mean, it's cool in this room, so it's a cool stone. You can feel the texture of the carvings.
I'm gonna go look
really
closer.
old, but it doesn't.
How weathered is the writing on these?
Okay.
I mean, you don't have any history or archaeology, buddy. So they're
does it
or
look
science
weathered or is it look like
geology. They're fucking old.
Okay. Yeah.
Like I said, Kara rolled got like a crit. Like that's like she is convinced, especially with that sand loss, that the writing on this stuff predates human history. Jack can like rationalize. He can be like, it could be a hoax or it could just.
I
be
think I know it is, but I'm just pretending it's not.
Yeah, like I said, you can rationalize it away.
I'm gonna cut my finger.
Okay.
Maybe. Okay.
And
Just
I'm
let the blood
going
drip into the
to. No, I'm gonna let it drip on the pentagram.
Why should we?
Are you trying to wait? Well,
it just kind of gets maybe a little fast, but it just kind of gets it rolls off the silver and gets slurped up into that sand.
A bit fast.
Wait,
I'm gonna look. Wait, where did it? Can I? I want to look on the sand.
I mean, it just. You can check. I mean, there's still just it's wet bloody sand, but there's still some
Okay.
sand in there.
Okay, it's not like okay.
I thought
I mean,
the sand literally.
it did look like you're not an expert in blood. It did look like it rolled off that silver into the sand a little fast, but no, it's still there in the sand.
Yeah,
Right,
I don't think
like,
I
siphoned
immediately
somewhere else.
start getting out of the sand pit. I don't know. We shouldn't be here.
I would like to bust out the Loon Holy Bible, and I want to see if they have any references to this location in this damn book.
Okay. There's no library
Hard to
use
search for
skill.
this
I guess
thing.
just roll me int times 5 to see if you can skim in a reasonable fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like I said,
not
some of you
organized.
guys got some heebie-jeebies standing next to here.
I got some heebie-jeebies too, but I must know.
All right. Go for it.
So I rolled a 6 out of what, 90? Yeah.
Okay. You're trying to cross-reference in the Bible. You manage to you're flicking back and forth in pages, etc. You manage to find the note of just when they came here.
Mm-hmm.
The place is described. The heart of the hill. It is described as a place where the Mortician God has touched a point of death upon the land. They, performed an oracle to find this place.
Mm-hmm.
Is this?
And so they came here. They found this mark, and they looked for death and spoke its name, and it found them. Then they say they built the hollow hill out over this holy site.
So this is where they called to the thing.
So this is like a capital 00 thing.
No, kind of. If I'm
Well, you guys are pretty sure that the Mortician God is
It's
goo level.
G-double-O's.
Yeah. It's a goo. But basically, they did something here that got the attention of Morty, and placed some of its power in the area. I'm assuming this is a place of death. I know it's a bit ironic, looking at the skeletons and stuff, but I say death as in capital D death.
I understand.
Guys, do you recall from Jack's half crazy rambling that one of the ways you offer to the Mortician God is it owns the dead, so you give it dead things?
I guess it's like a ritual burial site. I guess.
It's something like that.
I feel like we should get people more qualified to dispose of this site.
Could we? Could you two move off the sand for a second?
What are you gonna do?
Wait, did you tell us what you saw in the Bible?
Yeah. Like, I have the book open. I'm, walking
You
around.
probably read it out loud.
I want to try something, but I'm not...
Okay,
Probably
no.
shouldn't.
Jack, stop this. I want to try. Either tell me what you are going to do, or don't do it.
So in the book, it said, I spoke its name.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not.
No, And
I would tell you guys right now, because you guys have unnatural, and Kara especially, rituals.
Mhm.
It doesn't actually work like that. There's a whole lot of ritual complexity if you want to
okay.
contact
Never mind.
No, it's
Kara would get the euphemism,
Mhm.
and you're pretty sure, now you realize, oh yeah, this book probably contains the ritual for, what do we call that?
Communicate?
Brigidian?
No, it's called something really funny. Where is...
Dead speech?
Well, no,
yeah, Whispers of the Dead is the name of the ritual where you contact a super spatial intelligence.
The name isn't Mordigian. The name is I can't remember.
Well, Mordigian is one of the names. It's also been called Sinothoglus.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, but it's but Kara will smartly snap close the Bible and be like, and what good do you think of calling the attention of the Mortician here would do?
You know what? Good point. Fair.
At some point, our desire for knowledge must be met with our desire to keep existing.
Yes.
Yes.
I just went, wait a minute. No, that's dumb.
It's no, if we are to do anything here, we must remove the power.
True.
Should we... I don't know
Those
if
are
blowing
big
up the
old
stones will
stones.
cause some kind of
I
catastrophe.
don't want to blow up the stones. I think that
We should
is.
get people more qualified than us, I think, for this.
Kara's like debate, like is still like over the pentagram. She's like thinking and wondering. It's like they called it like I don't know anything about casting out power. Most rituals are about calling in power because for some,
you do know closing the breach for a different entity. That only works if the thing is physically here. You're not really sure how, like, disrupting a ritual space that already exists
Wait,
works.
I actually do want to try something.
What sort of
Tell
thing?
us
Talk
what
to
you
me.
want to do next.
I want to try and use some of the powder we have.
actually,
Oh, you want to sprinkle some powder of Ibn-Ghazi? See if there's
Actually, yeah, that
anything
might
unseen?
actually worth
Yeah.
it.
yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. How, like, where and how are you juicing up the powder?
Just along the pentagram lines.
Okay. You play in there. I think it's for 4 rounds. You sprinkle the powder over there. This fully uses up one of your doses, by the way.
Yeah, no,
Just
I know.
that vial is gone. The pentagram kind of glimmers and glows in that silvery light you saw before when you uncovered that ward. And you kind of see flickers or shadows in the sand, almost like hands or worms kind of flickering by, but there's not anything physically here. The pentagram is properly something. You think it's got some kind of like enchantment or something on it, fucking old school demonology style.
Do you think it's like a I guess a summoning circle, like a gate of something?
Seems fair. Seems like a rough idea. You guys have enough occult. That's
I
normally what you use pentagrams. You use them to conjure forth demons and hold them in place.
okay. This is gonna sound weird. I don't know. I think this is a summoning so much as it's honestly just feels like a garbage disposal.
Like an offering shoot?
Yeah.
I mean, I would definitely. I think
not a
Kara,
garbage disposal,
you
but
skimmed
just
the tome. Your unnatural is like 17, right?
Yes.
You think maybe not summoning physically? You don't even know if this thing is death. It is the Great Shadow. You don't even know if it is physical. But what do you think? This could be like a telephone.
Yeah, I was about to say no. This is how they
It's a
contacted.
calling.
Yeah, this is.
It's a
If
calling
you remember
circle, yeah.
the way the book was described, this was a place that the hand that embalms, the Mortician God, touched, and because they built their whole ritual assembly over it, they can get on the group line. You think?
Oh, this is how you commune with it.
Can we? So clearly, we
And
just
they can. That's how they. I think that is correct. Talking about the offering bowl theory, this is probably how they like give it things so it can give them stuff, but also just no. You think this is a goo telephone?
I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to him. He's not like a evil, crazy thing, but it's still like I don't want to talk to him.
Actually, no. Is there a method to actually activate the ritual? Well, actually, that takes.
That would take months.
No, you would need. You would need
Shit.
to learn the ritual.
Shit.
It's in to do.
Because I would I'd be like, hey, I would like to call him just like, hey, can you just leave this area? Take it with you. It's like just get the
Leave
hints.
this place.
Maybe we should go. Maybe there's someone that could. Maybe we get more qualified people to handle that.
Who? Who's more qualified?
We are the.
Maybe there's someone.
Actually,
I don't know.
Actually,
We are
that's
the
a good question.
qualified
Kara, what's your
people.
bureaucracy?
Yeah,
What?
I would literally just say Benowitz. We are the people.
I'm sorry. What
Well,
did you say that again?
actually, what's everybody's bureaucracy?
40.
60.
Love
40.
base.
So I think Kara's got the highest.
Yes.
And also
Yeah, I got 40 also.
You and Holland have technically been in DG the longest. You've never been explicitly told, but Kara, you're pretty sure that the program has multiple departments. One of them might be R&D. So there might be like dedicated like study and containment teams. You guys are like field ops. You are like because you guys know that DG has the program, the SAP has some kind of intelligence gathering arm that identifies problems.
Do
They
we
pass
wanna
that to you guys.
call-
You guys do the field ops.
Do we want to call
And then
a
hypothetically,
handler?
when you bottle stuff up and ship it to your handler, there's some kind of like other arm after that who probably
wanna
determines
call our
whether or not
handler?
something is.
Well,
You cannot call your handler down here. You do not have
No,
signal
we
in this
do
hellpit.
not.
Omega, I have a satellite phone.
The satellite radio waves don't work through through the tunnels. You got to go to the surface,
When they
buddy.
go back
It's
up
not
and then
magic.
take a- yeah.
You get
But-
no signal in this hell pit.
No, well, at first, like, again, this is some sort of risk factor, but again, it's not something we can, like, realist talk, blowing this place up might not solve the fucking problem, because death is still here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to think the whole keeping this out of other people's hands is our best bet.
Honestly, I think we're just gonna have to buy this fucking property from Barbara.
Because this is something that we...
I mean, I will say, as the light fades, you guys do know that the pentagram is a thing. That's obviously not original, because that's like a medieval thing.
I guess
that seems to be like a thing. It's big, but you guys could probably like hoof it out of here or get it somewhere and like smack it with a hammer. You think that is a Daloon edition if you wanted to like try and dismantle the telephone, but these standing stones and whatever place of power this represents is, like I said, abyssally old. This place is fucking old, and you do not like thinking about how old
I don't even think I'm going to be very real. If we blew this up, I'm not exactly sure it would do anything.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, anyway.
Or it might just piss somebody off.
It might, yeah. Again.
Yeah, I don't want to test that.
No, so, I'm
the
sorry.
The blood magic, the cannibalism, the occult shit, we can deal with that.
But no.
Is Jack playing the "this is above my pay grade" card?
I think this is above Delta Green's pay grade.
I'm not going to disagree with that. Anyway, Holland, get the crowbar. We're prying out this fucking pentagram.
We're taking the receiver out of the phone.
Okay. All right. No test. If the five of you want to work together, you could haul this like probably like 10
I will refuse to go back on the sand.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
That's fair. You stood in the center and you did not. So yeah, you guys probably get some like hair standing on end sensation as you pick up this thing and like roll it out of the sand pit, but nothing unfortunate happens as you do.
Yeah.
I still think maybe we should send this up the chain and see if they can.
I'm gonna just
you gotta report this up the chain because you guys can't.
Yeah.
Your guys' current idea is you cannot contain this on your own. So
I'm gonna leave all those jewels I grabbed from earlier. I'm just gonna leave them on the sand. It's like, those are yours, buddy. Just
all right.
Please do not mind that we're taking your giant silver pentagram. Have some jewels instead.
Don't mind that
The
we're taking
ambient
your
light in the
telephone.
room kind of flickers as you think a cloud passes over the moon, and then that's fine.
Okay, cool.
I was about to be like, God damn it.
I mean, if something showed up, we'd just be dead.
You probably cannot roll the pentagram as it is, like, up the staircase, so you might need to just take the fire axe and, like, break it into little pieces.
That's fine. That's what everybody wanted.
I'm more than fine with that.
All right. The first time you hit it with the axe, there is a very loud sound and, like, a flash and spark of light, and then it doesn't really do anything special.
I think we broke it.
You think you've broken the pentagram.
Perfect.
All right.
Good.
Okay, so I think we can
still have more to investigate.
Do we?
Don't we?
Nope, this is the bottom. There's unless you guys want to go into the dark, yawning pit of the earth filled with water that is black as the blood of the land.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm good. Yeah, there's there are some side passages. Some of them are short and look like they contain more like honored Daloon dead. Like some of the Daloons are so cool they get to chill down here with their weird corpse hand god. Others are just tunnels that go into a very deep cistern or underground lake that goes out to sea, you think.
Let's not bother with that.
Yeah.
Wait.
I still think we should block off the dig area.
Yeah, we need
to contain that for sure. But unfortunately,
you can just tuck the IED down there, probably.
Yeah. But other than that, I think we can't actually burn this place down and destroy it.
No, we need to hide it.
Well, again, we just need to make it. Again, people weren't, like I said, it's been how long since the 70s?
People don't fuck around here anyway, yeah.
Yeah, people don't come down here anyway.
It's a creepy house, I don't like it.
If we just secretly make this a black site,
here's the thing. Like, I think we can sanitize the Daloon's house, we can take out all the artifacts and dangerous stuff from there, and the house will be fine. I don't think there's anything we could do about this.
I would say, definitely. So, when you say we, you can probably mean the program. You guys don't have to manually decontaminate this site.
Yeah.
The Green can get some black vans and take care of this.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, like, there's nothing we can do about the antechamber with the standing stones.
No, probably not. Not unless you guys want to try and blow up a rock.
No, I don't want to blow up a rock owned by a god.
Let's just make this a black site for DG and move on.
No, let's give Barbara her, her family silver. and fucking being all like, I'm sorry, darling, we're taking this house. Is that
Yeah.
I don't think she's met me, so I think I can go beat her as an agent about the affair.
Well, again, this is the other thing. We have to decide
Well,
how.
It sounds like we're basically in denouement. You went to the bottom. You went to the heart of the hollow hill. You did not like it, and you're gonna leave. You're gonna do the smart thing, and you're not gonna fuck with the rocks.
No.
Yeah, we're just gonna cover up
no.
the mass
Smart
graves.
idea.
We're just gonna cover up the mass grave parts. Yeah.
Listen, I have a motivation literally called staying Dev's hand. I was supposed to make that as a joke, as I don't want people to die, but in here it seems a lot more literal.
I will say you patched me up
Death
pretty
has
good.
hand.
Like mine is riding the line between knowing the enemy and staying stable.
That's very long.
Good motivation.
Yeah.
It's okay. They're all really weird, flowery.
Or like
I
being
think the
professional.
Sable character has only one, and it's like, I will defend my nation against all enemies or something.
I mean, I think I went a bit too cheesy on mine. I went protecting humanity from the darkness that they do not understand.
It's pretty dark in here. You don't like this place. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so, it sounds like you guys are gonna trudge back upstairs. Are you gonna do anything with the Morgan silver dollars and the whiskey crate? Like, are you gonna actually pull those out of there?
Yeah, let's pull them out.
Might as well.
She doesn't know about if Barbara doesn't know about the whiskey crates. She doesn't know about the whiskey crates. I need some
that's
profit
fine.
out of this.
But that's something, yeah. Besides all the books, we should go burn the dope. We should go burn the dope book, actually.
Not here.
Not here.
Yeah. Let's get the
But
surface
maybe
first.
back in your warehouse. So
Yeah.
you guys are loaded up. You've got the weird rat flute.
What's up? Sure.
You've got the sword of Paracelsus.
Yup.
You've got the what should we call it? Jack has the destroyed remnants of cultist de ghouls, which, as you've established, doesn't really have
That's
any
just historical artifact.
real vectors in it
Yeah,
because it's
no.
too beat to shit. But it is kind of a rare
Yeah.
and old book.
That one I'm going to put on a museum display. The sort of Paracelsus I'm going to deal with myself.
Kara has the Alchemy Delune in her pocket.
And I have the Holy Bible.
Delune Bible.
I mean, the Delune
Yeah,
Bible.
and the Delune Bible. Yeah.
And
Also, I took 17 cold iron spikes.
Yes. Note down that you have nails of something. They have a name.
Nails
Nails
of
question mark.
blank.
Yes.
I still have 4 Molotov
question
cocktails.
mark.
Well, I mean, and I feel like I could have you guys run into the rat scam. We've been going for 5 hours. I think it's denouement. Let's break it down. So,
Yeah.
other than like some of the silver and the sword and the books you've already got, because you've already destroyed the Book of Iban. Good job.
Yeah. Yes.
And you guys blew up some freaky things. So what exactly, when you guys probably, at like 5 a.m. trudge back into Kingsport, what's going in the report to Agent Green?
Well, let's see here. We need to talk about we destroyed a Book of Iban. We just flat out destroyed that on site.
Yep.
As protocol goes.
Yes.
Good. Thumbs up.
I am not mentioning. Here's the thing. Do we want to mention the other things that we found? Because here's the thing. If we mention things, we have to give them up. Delta Green is not going to let us just keep.
I'm not mentioning the sword personally.
All right, then.
Garza already took a note that he has a complete inventory. So the question is he going to
Garza
turn that
is
in?
going to be submitting his inventory, so.
Wait, so
There
you
may, you guys don't want to get your stuff together. Then you did notice that, like,
Wait, what's your
it's
inventory?
not like your handler is.
It's
he took
anything,
everything he dug up.
Garza made a list of anything he determined that's like likely capital U unnatural that the group found, and is going to submit it to.
No, I want to stop you because they're going to want to take my books.
Well, so for the Alchemy Delune, when you guys asked for that as evidence, it basically said in the note, either put it in storage and burn it after you're done.
Mm-hmm.
For the Bible, I mean, you guys can keep old. It says study an old case is like one of your options. You said that that's historical. You could say that. I mean, short of shooting him, I don't think there's anything you can do to stop Garza if he really wants to submit an evidence report. And if you want to shoot him, then that's a whole other problem where Darin probably
Yeah.
has to gun you down because you've clearly gone
I
rogue.
can add on facts to the list, but
I mean, I'll say that I found a sword with historical significance that I'm going to be taking into for further study.
All right. Oh, note to self: I will never trust that agent again.
Oh, I don't
Hey,
trust any of you.
I think he's keeping the inventory because he's not sure he can trust you, Chief.
One of my character motivations is find secrets and information about Delta Green operations. Guess what? I don't trust Delta Green at all.
Yeah. I guess the question is, when you are reporting, and is this going to be like in person, or are you going to well, you'd have to deliver a written report. So I don't know. Do you want to hit up Agent Green at the warehouse or at your storage site? Because I presume you want to call in right away and be like, "Yo, dog, we need to
get
do
a
something
black
about this
site
weird hill."
committee out.
Yeah, let's meet him at the warehouse.
Okay, so through all of this, Garza's inventory report probably comes up. Green will probably ask you some clarifying questions. He will probably look you dead in the eye, Kara, and be like, what do you think the significance is of the Bible?
The significance of the Bible.
Specifically, the Holy Bible discovered in the Daloon property. Tomes are dangerous, but also I understand that knowledge is important. And obviously, this operation will probably need some follow-up, as you've described, so...
It might be important for
I
keeping
have...
this contained.
Or rather, the program has specialists who may be better suited to a historical survey, but I understand you guys have your own fields of research. He kind of eyeballs Professor Jack there.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, he's just asking you, want to keep the book? What's in the book?
The book is Dallas. I'm hearing mastication or something, my dude.
Oh, sorry.
Dallas doesn't understand how to mute himself.
He doesn't.
It was throwing me off a little bit here. I was like, what?
Just didn't think it'd pick up. It's not allowed food.
I know, but
Mics do that.
Mics do that. But yeah, no. Kara will, stare Agent Green down. Well, I can't really, but basically just speak on on how oh god, how is that? Basically, I need to understand, in case situations come like this, I need to understand these sort of things so I can come up with better countermeasures on my own instead of going into things blind again.
Kind of tugs at his gloves a little and he says, go ahead and roll Persuade. You get a lot of that. Roll Persuade. Let's see how that goes. See how persuades you.
I rolled a 37. I know my Persuade's pretty good, but...
I'm pretty sure that's under it.
Yeah, I have a 60 Persuade.
He kind of takes a long drag off his cigarette and he says, all right. Obviously, the program will keep track of the fact that you are checking out this item. And as you understand, since the clearance required, you are occasionally checked in on by the program. So they will make sure to be aware of any unusual activity or behavioral changes. Oh no, the secret conspiracy, top secret clearance spies on you to make sure you don't go rogue. Who could have guessed? So yeah, he just is like, very well.
They probably up the security on me now. Thanks, Garcia.
You're welcome.
Right. The sword is a historical artifact, but maybe of interest. The program doesn't really go for swords, staves, that kind of thing. I could hand it over to Research Division, but they'd probably just try and take it apart and see if it's special. And I'm going to guess it probably won't do anything. These kinds of more mystical persuasion are rarely manufacturable.
No, it seems very personal. From what I looked at, it's very personal to the sword. So long as no one handles it physically, I don't think there should be any problems with me studying it. And yes, I know you have trackers on me.
Yes, that seems permissible. The program will be very interested if it has any direct applications to our process.
Yep, I'll see what I can learn.
Would you guys have pre-burned the dope book before you had this meeting, or
Yes.
Probably, yeah. I would have.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Probably,
dope book?
probably
Yeah.
the cinders are still warm over there.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to roll the d6?
Okay. So the dope book
and-
gives you. You all participate, so I'll roll 1d6. Done it again. You get 5 back.
Hey, I
Nice.
actually go +1.
Oh, I have a lot of sand now.
I'm not 87.
Well, I mean, you guys were smart, and you didn't do the thing where you wiggle the thing where you would have met something very bad. So that's to be expected.
We could have wiggled the thing.
Yeah, you could have been like, "Fuck these rocks."
Oh,
That would have been bad.
Yeah, I had a
I
feeling.
had the bad feeling about that. Yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
I was.
Very-
As
that
soon
would have
as
gone.
you said,
The meme there would have been, "You have chosen poorly."
you have chosen death.
I'm glad my instincts, because I didn't actually call on to it. I was just like, I don't want to fuck with these stones.
I had something like that where it's like it probably will like not explode, but it will probably awaken something we don't want to deal with.
We can talk about it in the post game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first game. Yeah.
So you already destroyed Book of Ibon.
Yeah.
You got that.
I'll show him.
Garza
the-
turns over the flute, I assume, since that was in his possession anyway.
That,
Yeah.
that can go in R&D, I guess.
Yeah, I don't care about the flute.
I'll show him the remains of the cultisticles. I know this is a protected book, but it is literally illegible. I just
He will,
want it for
if
historical
you'll
prosperity.
won't mind, he will handle it. He's wearing gloves. He'll skim it
Yeah.
and be like, "Well, it is technically on our list of items to be examined, but it is known in historical circles among certain. And as you say, this one doesn't appear to have any
Yeah.
action items in it. That's probably harmless to destroy.
If it did, I would have probably burned him.
Yes, it's a curiosity, but nothing functional as a vector. Book of Ibon. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. That was a good priority to destroy immediately.
It wasn't like
Kind of looks at the weird
like
pipe.
super ancient French or something. It was like absurd.
We will have somebody examine that. I don't know if it's of any use, but it's not for public. Sure. Now, just to be clear, he probably checks his little hand-drawn notebook. You wish to turn over the silver you recovered to the property subject, Barbara Luna?
Yes.
Yes.
It was minted on site. There's no unnatural vectors through it. Standard minting process.
And also the Morgan silver dollars. I do know that the U.S. Mint takes those still.
We feel, though, especially as this property needs to be locked down, that the property owner should see some form of recompense. And
Yes, I suspect what we're going to have to do is invoke eminent domain. And it's a terrible shame. There's some kind of underground fiber optic plan that needs to go through that hill. Horrible. Yes.
Horrible.
We'll have to take eminent domain. Now, you discovered some signs of the former gunnery sergeant Luna's activities in his basement, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
None of that connected to the program.
what did is destroyed. He had a
Alright.
notebook that he personally requested only be read by personnel and destroyed afterwards.
Hey, right. There was just some sort of
Okay.
alchemy set down there.
Well, without instructions, that's not really actionable. All right. Well, she knows that somebody would have searched the property since you obtained written permission through Agent Garza. I suppose you can work out amongst yourselves what's best for a quiet recovery of the silver. and then we can a future member of our logistics element will be along to let her know about the eminent domain, and perhaps we can use the silver as a point of smoothing that over. As you know, eminent domain checks from the government are not necessarily very valuable, but a few $1,000s worth of silver will probably tide it over.
Yeah.
Off the books, no taxes, she already owns it. State tax should have already been collected.
Yep.
He kind of like eyes your crate of whiskey in the back of the SUV. Canadian whiskey, huh?
Something to celebrate after the fact.
Car just looks away. Car just looks away sharply.
I will be looking at the ceiling, trying not to laugh.
I mean, it's in the back. Hit it in the back of your SUV.
Yeah.
It's like Benowitz would mark that. It's what he said. Yeah,
I'm just like.
Because I'm pretty sure that's not in Garza's inventory report. He said it was only capital use. I think it's just sitting there.
Yeah, the whiskey.
Well, consider sending me a bottle for Christmas. I don't have any complaints about that. Just, if you decide to drop it on the open market, be careful. Kinds of things are authenticated. If he definitely gives Professor Mormo a look. If a sword of Paracelsus ends up on any more auction sites, you will be rerouted to a national park in Death Valley or Alaska.
I would be surprised if I showed up anywhere. Don't worry. The only thing you would have to worry about is it showing up in a museum, even though it won't. I promise.
That's fine. And hypothetically, if it needs to appear somewhere, there may be certain outfits, government-owned, national-owned museums where we can safely store things. At the very least, we can put them in vault rooms, even if they never need to see the light of day.
While it is not a natural object, I definitely do not view it as eminently dangerous, should I say.
Yes. All right. Well, I think it's safer than to have you drive out of here. Your machine guns, your cans of gasoline, all the other things you're going to drop off, just leave them here. I will have them disposed of to a storage facility. Obviously, the things you have purchased with your own funds, discretionally, are yours to take care of.
It didn't do me too much good, but I guess I have it now.
Yes.
That's how it goes usually, doesn't
it? He will once again turn to Jack. The sidearm you requisitioned, was it used?
No, it was not discharged. All
right.
There were.
If you don't mind, I will take custody back of that.
No problem. I'll hand it over with no fuss.
You'll put it in a case. As usual, ladies and gentlemen, you seem to have done an excellent job containing the vector. We will intervene on the site, perhaps work out the dig location. I can call in the tactical team to secure that tunnel exit so that even if they get to the bottom of the dig, they will go no further. It'll be a mere curiosity. Actually, Garza, you got your bag of wallets. Will you turn that over to Agent Green as well?
Yes.
All right. We'll sufficiently obfuscate this with the FBI office. We can identify those bodies, put a couple of missing persons to rest. Just a crazy old cannibal serial killer on the house on the hill. Fade into another urban legend, just like everything else in this place. Done well. Your integrated knowledge of operations and going on is very strong. Someday, some of you may even rise to be case officers yourself. Long drag, tug on the glove. That's right. I want you to, don't forget, there is room for mobility in this business.
Kind of surprised, but not at the same time.
Kara will say nothing.
Jack will, through much determination, not roll his eyes.
Maybe one of these days you'll even get a good phone call from Ops. Maybe even the director. I feel like there's like the lights flicker when he says the director.
out of game joke. At least unlike other branch departments across the globe, they're not like infested with goo things.
I don't know about that.
Fair enough.
I'm half convinced that the director of Delta Green is just a great old one.
Like, honestly, listen.
Well, so I can say out of character. Canonically, at least in the textbook, he isn't, but he has his own problems. But also, you don't know if I'm actually going to use like the normal ass director. It could be weird.
Listen, you stay long enough in Delta Green, you got something in the blood.
I mean, you guys are still in field ops. You have gotten no promotional movement, which apparently exists according to your case officer. And obviously, the fact that you have a case officer means that yes, there is somebody in the hierarchy. But two of you have already gone a little bonko.
Mm-hmm.
I've surprisingly stayed stable.
I started bonkers.
Yeah, but well then, it seems like all your action items are recovered. We will take custody of this case. You can arrange the drop as you see fit. We've already taken Mr. DeLune into custody. I can tell you, in no uncertain terms, he will presumably be having a small accident, perhaps on the inside.
Ooh, shit.
After knowing what we know, I don't feel sorry for him.
Probably for the best.
On the off chance that I will inform you, while there is room for promotion, you're if you should get arrested in a normal fashion, you are still under clearance, and so we have agents on the inside.
I won't get arrested again. I mean, I won't get arrested.
I'll try to avoid that.
Knowing cigarettes suck. Well, I think that's everything. Kind of mutters under his breath. Somebody.
Sorry, I didn't hear over whatever Dallas is doing.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, no.
I only heard like the last word.
I mean, I'm trying to do a little sort of voce mutter, but he kind of mutters to himself. Somebody at D4 will have a field day.
Yeah.
So, if you don't have any other action items to your case officer, you turn over all your illegal guns and bombs and stuff.
Yeah,
the people that enjoy the Kingsport Green Box are gonna have a fun time.
Yep. He'll package it all up. He, has an eye on Kara for the book, but it's got historical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys were informed last time that technically some of the things you're on are in ops and cases being worked by other teams, so he's not necessarily going to say that, like, you don't need to know the stuff that's in there. This could be a whole thing.
Like, the Black Site team might need to know what's in that book later.
But definitely your internal narc division is probably going to be keeping some eyeballs on Kara for a while if they weren't already considering. Gee, it looks like your psych eval at the CDC got pushed up a couple months.
Great. Yeah, I'm just going to keep fucking Darin between me and Garcia forever from now on.
I mean,
that's when Holland has to shoot you, then
I am not convinced.
Well,
half of my Ranger team aren't just Delta Green plants.
But like, honestly, no. Like that's what I expect out of Holland. I expect Holland one day is gonna have to plug me in the back of the head, and I accept that.
Darin might just have to plug everyone, then himself.
Yeah.
I don't know if this comes off, but I'm happy being the midpoint here.
I'm not going to die
because Kara knows what she's about.
No, I mean, like, if we were doing a more complex campaign, I might not want to say that, like, Holland is technically like a plant from the security division, which yes exists. There is a structure to the program, which you guys are now starting to you're starting to hear about. You've heard whatever D4 is, security. He mentioned logistics earlier. But yeah, so basically that's a wrap on the scenario. I want to know for like role playing purposes and possibly for like as a future like what level of contact Barbara is. How are you gonna get her the silver? Like, are you gonna drop her some chests on there, or are you guys as all federal agents gonna come in and be like,
I'll
hello?
probably approach her. about it.
I mean,
should
He did already, the professor did already establish a friendly rapport.
Yeah. Should we inform about the basement? At all?
No, maybe because I don't think we want to bring up the point that we searched her place, but she wasn't there.
Well, again, it might be
Oh,
good.
no.
It might be good to have someone who will know that if people start asking about her old house, she'd be able to pass on the news to maybe some dudes who will know.
Well, with the addition of the wallets and some of the additional stuff you guys dug up, the program can probably arrange a half-truth cover-up of the mass grave. Like, the accepted story is just going to be like, yeah, so that weird old family on the hill were probably like cannibal serial killers, but they all died in a fire, so it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I'll probably
kind of how it happened, yeah.
I'll probably let her know like a version of the half truth of like her father was
grandfather.
Her grandfather didn't get along with his family and knew some of their dark secrets, but didn't want to come to the news about it, so they just never got along with them anyway. I'll probably wait. There wasn't anything else illicit in the basement, right?
No, it was just a creepy cannibal basement.
Yeah,
I mean there was a moonshine
basement.
still, but
no, in her basement.
Oh, in her basement? No. You guys stole all the leftover shit that
Yeah, I'll probably let her
Luna
know
left some care packages that you guys picked up. The only thing left in her basement is the alchemy/chemistry/forensics lab, and you could let her know that she has a shitload of water and MREs and batteries.
Yeah, I'll probably let her know her grandfather left a note trail to some basically some feds, and just let her know it's he said something about a basement in the bookshop or in the smoke shop. It would have been right.
Yeah, it would have been a smoke. Yeah, it was a tobacco shop.
Yeah, in the smoke shop. So just letting you know, there's probably something under there. I don't know exactly what. Shouldn't be anything dangerous, but if it is,
things that are under there will probably be her chests full of silver.
Yeah, and then just let her know that people just did some once-overs of the property, just because with all the hullabaloo of the graves, we just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything dangerous. Found some unsettling thing, like normal unsettling.
Yeah.
Just creepy stuff.
Normal serial killer basement stuff.
Like the table and stuff in
basement stuff.
Like the
More
table
Ed
and
Gein,
stuff
less
in the
H.P.
drawers.
Lovecraft. Yeah, just basic stuff. So I'll let her know if anyone comes asking about the house. I will give her my personal, or not my personal number, but my work number.
Yeah. Well, you probably get a call in maybe a month or so about some government guys, offering her eminent domain on the house.
Okay.
Probably have to let her know that no, that's normal.
No, that should be normal. Just there were some things. I'll be like, it's just proper procedure.
Barbara Luna is not necessarily clued in as a friendly with a capital F, but is definitely hypothetically could be a point of contact if you or anybody else from the operation was in the Kingsport area again.
No, and just someone to monitor the situation.
Yeah, and she'll keep an eye on the general house and the property and the family name. She will probably enjoy.
I'll also definitely let her know if anyone of the name DeLuna comes knocking. Just call.
Well, as far as you guys know, that's never a problem again. Charles DeLune gets in a fight in prison and is shanked. Oh no, how terrible!
Jesus.
I mean, the other one was he commits suicide in his cell, but no.
It's better than
they got an agent who's been previously arrested for something federal to shiv him in prison. Don't worry, the program will look out for your family on the outside.
I guess we got even loyal people that took crimes, but I guess sometimes that's how you do cover-ups.
I mean, you guys would probably, if you guys couldn't spin some bullshit, you guys would be going to federal prison for some of the shit you've done.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at if anyone in a federal agency looks up my name, you will know that I have been arrested at a federal level.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
but yeah. So, actually, one more. Jack, roll me in ×5. How good is your lecture?
Oh right, my lecture.
How good is your guest lecture?
Okay. All right. Oh, that's actually very good.
Oh, what is
That's
it?
very good then. 71 out of 75.
All right. You give a killer lecture on Amerindian archaeology in New England.
Yeah.
You are suddenly inspired by some things you've seen lately. The rich history of the Americas. There were people here long before Europeans came.
Yes,
long before the Europeans.
Long before that.
For the Europeans, right? The Europeans.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It is
There's
eventually
no-
at the bottom of the dig, they find a couple more coins and some like obsidian like arrowheads or blades. Some obsidian in the Pyrenees in France. Since you guys will not know because it got destroyed, at the bottom of the pit there was also going to be the archway to that tunnel, which was going to say over it Mortis, Umbra, and then Sinophaglus with weird period marks for pronunciation because I like when they write out the whatchamacallits. The syllables. It means death shadow and then a proper noun. But you guys didn't wait that long, so they cover all that up, and probably the best way this could have ended. Black vans with generic government tags roll up to that house someday and just pile a lot of shit in there, and then they close up the house, board it, they put a sign on it, federal property, do not cross, and then
Kind of fades out of his.
like eventually they probably like dismantle the house in the Priory. They finally get around to knocking it down. But did they ever
There's always those
actually run
standing
those?
stones.
They ever actually run those fiber optic cables through that hill? You don't think they did?
It's not our property. Don't bother.
Something's down there.
Yeah. So let us talk about home actions then before we go on.
I want to say one bit,
and then we can talk about some post game carnage off mic because we've been recording for like 4 hours.
So I do enjoy the bit of we're not moral figures here. We're doing our job and we did the job the best we could, which is like different than some games I've seen go.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of ways you guys could have been scummier, but it turns out that you guys are like nice people and are like, well, we could embezzle this lady's ancestral silver, or we could just give it to her to like smooth things over because we know that we're gonna have to like fuck her house up.
Let's just hide all the paper trail.
You guys can check the cheat
I
sheet for details.
I stole a bunch of like some good old Canadian whiskey. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Like, this is mine now.
I mean, I am a very much a believer in not hurting the little guy. Would have been a very indifferent reaction probably if Barbara DeLune was like, I don't know, a COO magnate or something.
Nope, she's just owns a family property. Her parents are college professors in Boston.
Yeah.
I do want to shout out though, like I am super proud of myself that you said Azov on the blade, and I was just like, wait a fucking minute.
I thought the same thing too. It's like, wait, the Azov blade?
So that's just a funny thing. Like, I actually heard about the Sword of Paracelsus through like a Call of Cthulhu actual play before I really got into like deeper fate. So yeah, it's just funny that it lines up, and I was like, haha, I could do a funny thing. And like I said, I did want to give you another crack at a magic thing that hurts unnatural stuff after the knife was just lost. So your options for personal pursuits are: you can fulfill responsibilities, you can go back to nature, you can establish a new bond, you can go to therapy, you can improve a stat or a skill, you can work on your personal motivation, you can raise illicit cash, you can obtain special training. You did not have any illicit cash to squander. You can stay on the case, or you can study the unnatural.
I don't really know what there's to stay on the case about. So,
well, stay on the case lets you recover sand and can give you like closure on jobs. And if there were ongoing plot threads of stuff you wanted to investigate, you can them.
If there was a sloppy job, I might do that, but I think we've got most of it.
Oh no, you guys were very thorough with Operation Moonrat here. Like, I think you guys hit all my note points, and like I said, we can talk about some of the stuff that was there in the post game, but I want to talk about our home level. I mean, you get back your max is your charisma, and you get back a D6 on a bond. So if you think they're a little low, you can go for Phil. But if it's fine right now, you can wait a little longer.
All my bonds are still above 10, so I think I'll be...
8 is, the 115 is current, but...
Hey, if you ever want to improve your bond, we'll hang out.
Yeah. Like,
Oh,
and
wait,
then
do we have
Ben
bonds
just
with
have
each
all
other?
the names. He was like, "Why are you hanging out with the?"
No,
green
Darin
people?"
Holland has a Delta Green bond with Kara because I believe in our first adventure with them, he went a little crazy
Yeah.
and traumatically formed a bond with her.
Okay, fair enough.
No, that's
None of you guys all of you managed to barely dodge the actual like temporary insanity.
Yeah.
Like even Kara on that D6 for the sister rates was like, nope, 3, you're fine.
Like if
It would've been a
if I
lot
took
worse
that
with
those wound dies as like actual sand damage, I'd be going temporarily insane because it's a 5+.
But-
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Benowitz just got fucked up a lot.
I'm actually okay because I got patched up pretty good.
And
but-
like you got first aided back up, but like, depending on what home scene you pick, some of your bonds may have some questions, and we may have reasons for why things go.
I
Why
kind
do
of
you
I
have
might want to do improvement again because I'm not sure because I still have like 15 and 13 for my bonds. It's like I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, and the session is over, so you should roll over your check marks.
oh,
Oh yeah, I
just
only
for
failed
one.
one thing because technically my firearms failed, but it didn't.
yeah. I have
No,
now
you
have
should-
3% Latin.
I actually have 4 check marks. Oh no, 3. That's not a check mark. That's something
I only
else.
failed on a statistic check, so.
Wait, do you roll for unnatural when you fail or no?
No, it does not have a check mark. Right?
Okay, never mind. I have 2.
Yeah, that's 89. So I'm at a D4.
I forgot. Did I research Alchemy de Lune already, or was that's something we're waiting on? I forgot. Was that days?
You studied it
3.
because
Yeah, we both did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack made copies. He took a picture with the camera of everything.
I now have 53
I
athletics.
think you didn't research any of the rituals in it, but you did.
Well, yeah, because those
Well,
were.
yeah, those,
Both of the rituals in it take they're elaborate, so they take like weeks to learn.
Yeah, we just did it for the chemistry part and like the other bit.
Yeah,
so I have a question, Omega.
Yeah, what's up?
So special training.
Yeah.
Would I be able to train in how to use a broadsword?
Yes, that is a special training under melee weapons.
You might also want to like eventually do improve melee combat.
I mean, he can still fail his way to the top, but yeah, if you want to do that, you can start taking some HEMA classes. You're a history guy. You could find some people.
I've actually known a fair amount of historians who are actually good with the blade.
Well, and hell, one of your areas of expertise is actually medieval France, right?
Yeah, it's medieval France and pre-colonial Americans, specifically North American Indians.
Yeah, so historical European martial arts, my dude. HEMA.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you
gonna-
absolutely know some nerds, and you can just be like,
I'm gonna call up some of my nerd friends
yeah.
because that's what I'm gonna be doing on my downtime. So
You must
what does that
reduce
do
one of
exactly?
your non-DG bonds by 1 as you let responsibilities lapse because you go to sword practice. But
I know exactly which one it is. It's gonna be my bond with my therapist because I miss therapy sessions.
yeah. Oh, I did some physical therapy instead. Yes.
Actually, if it's months, can I study the natural with the Bible de Lune?
Yeah, you can get the thing.
I'll keep an eye. I'll get those rituals eventually, but it's a study time of months.
No, you're gonna add more rituals to your thing, your list
So
backlog.
with special
possibly.
training, what percentage does it come in at?
It doesn't. It's your default percentage on melee weapons. So
Oh,
you just
okay.
have special training, so you can use swords
I'll
now.
put that in a.
Like I was thinking of getting throwing, but it's like fuck. What?
All right. So Kara studies the unnatural. All right.
And I studied
Kara.
the blade.
You gain 6% of unnatural
Oh shit, 23.
and 10% in occult. And you lose 2 san.
Oh,
That was
that's
a d6.
That's
I rolled
You have
one.
like less than 80 max sand. Fuck.
actually again, for some odd reason, my sand just bounces out in the 50 to 60 range.
You guys burn a lot of books.
But no, I mean,
That's a lot of books to burn.
I have now reached 23 unnatural.
I think you're good for your life now. Maybe.
Hey, so here's the list of rituals in the Bible, in the Dylan Bible.
Holy fuck.
Jesus! Wait a minute. The power of Rabban Gazi. Wait,
Yeah, that's in both.
You don't need, you can
wait,
say
what was the
something
other? What was
about
the other one? In the
Dust of the Threshold. It's actually in both.
Oh, actually, so shit. I don't actually have to study the alchemy from there.
You probably cut some time to there, yeah.
Well, no, that just means I'm gonna put the book.
By the way, you will be sending me a copy of this, right?
Oh yeah.
Because I will study this at
Yeah.
a later time when I
Yeah.
don't have to train.
You will
how
need
to
a
use
different time
broadsword.
period to
Yeah.
study. But yeah, you're
Yeah, no.
practicing so you could be old dude with a magic sword.
Like I'm not gonna unbind it, but I'll get some good pictures of Evangel's page. Well, actually,
there's got to be methods. And
I will also begin forming a bond with the spirit in this sword.
Aegis Banquet, Changeling Feast, Carnal Meditate, Dust of the Elixir. Jesus, I am gonna need to get me an alchemy kit and a ritual kit going.
What does some of these just do? The fuck?
Okay, some of these find. Wait, what is raised from essential salts?
Exactly what it says.
Raised from essential salts.
That's
you boil a dude down to his essential salts, and then you raise him from them.
Shit, I just became a necromancer.
Release breath and transmutate. Like, some of these I don't know how the fuck they work, and I don't want to know.
What is transmutate? Can I literally? Is that literally lead to gold and whatnot?
Yeah, actually, I made that one up. Yeah, that's
Sick.
homebrew. And yes, you can if you learned it, you can convert base metals to.
Could Kara just do ritual to like get illicit funds, but for like with less hassle?
Well,
yeah, basically. The mechanics are it turns into a number of standard purchases.
Wow. Well, again, like I said, I wanted to be the ritualist of this group, and boy howdy.
Yeah, you just gotta safeguard your sand.
Hey, with special training, would I be able to get training in one of the rituals, or would that overlap too much?
No, that you would have to take the home action, study the unnatural.
No, not the one from the Daloon, from the other book that I already studied.
Those are both elaborate. No, you'd probably need to study the unnatural. You get one home action, so
gotcha.
Basically during the next like month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever, you guys are off DG. This is the thing that you were spending a bunch of your time on, so that like when you come back, you actually can functionally understand how to use a broadsword. You're not good at it because you're not really practiced at like melee combat
later. Yeah,
but you understand the principles of sword fighting.
I'm also very much not strong.
Mega. I still take bond damage, right?
For studying the unnatural, yes. This causes a bond. Possibly including a DG bond, to lose 1d4 points as you spend your time doing increasingly awful or unnatural things. So you can roll the d4.
I will roll the d4. Excuse me.
And pick which one.
I lose 2 from my therapist because, like you said, my psyche valve got moved up, and
he didn't like what he saw.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
There's you have increasingly conversations about death and stuff. I want to get this part on the recording, so while the rest of you guys figure out your home actions. Okay, he's going to study craft mechanics and heavy weapons. All right, you can roll this out. I want to talk about what is in the Bible Daloon. Goes big, the Daloon Bible. So it's a thick tome in the format of a family Bible. It is the abridged history of the Daloon family. It goes back to sometime in the late Roman period, circa 400 to 500 CE. Tells of the family's origins and descendants. As the descendants and followers of Drustan Daloon, they learned the arts of necromancy from ghouls and meddled in some dark obsidian temple in the Pyrenees to understand the entity known as Sinothoglus, which also has many other names. The names appear to refer to the multitude of forms it can take: writhing worm or column of shadow, a corpse-like nest of hands, grasping tentacles, massive hulk of dead muscle, eyeless with a wide mouth, etc., blah, blah, blah. And so the early sections after the founding take a great time to extol the nature, virtues, lineage, and power of this deity. So this darkness is said to have arrived on Earth with the arrival of something called the Sleeping God, or the Lord of the Watery Abyss. It has the power to kill even gods. The charnel god has rulership over all dead flesh, and the dead are to be offered it as its due. It brings instant death to those it touches, but not a painful one, so it can be a sweet embrace in its sunless garden. So the Mortician God, the Prowler of the Tombs, has many supplicants. Fragmentary narratives describe its cults arising in Egypt, Occitania, Flanders, Central Asia, etc. There's a note in here that the ghouls claim it to be their progenitor of their race through the first ghoul, Yogash, and also claim some kind of deific lineage through funerary Egyptian deities. So, long rambling, our god is so cool, y'all. It can, kill gods. But it's, rad. It's not, a painful death. It's just, it's sick, man.
Very goth.
Yeah. And then after this summary, there's basically like the whole text of their teachings. This is where a lot of those rituals are buried. It starts with Dristan de Lune and then his wife, Melisende de Lune, and then it goes down from there. Do you understand that the family was not quite a... They acted like a cult, but they were not quite a cult of the Mortician God. They paid it homage as the source of their knowledge, longevity, and prosperity.
It was their patron.
Yes, basically. So going on from the ghouls and then from their meditations of Xenophaglis, they discovered their technique they refer to as the Ageless Banquet, whereby consuming a human sacrifice protects the flesh from aging for 1 year.
Oh, only 1 year. Jesus.
Yeah, you got to eat a whole ass human and then you just don't age for a year.
That doesn't seem like really equivalent, but okay.
I mean, it stops aging for a year.
I would assume that it would also protect them from bloodborne pathogens in that case.
Possibly? You're not sure.
Because they didn't all seem like raving lunatics.
Yeah. Well, you only get prion disease if you eat brains.
True.
Which they don't seem to. They seem to follow the Egyptian method. You scoople the brain out with a hook. But by giving the entity they referred to as Xenophaglis its due, the Delunes would get access to other rituals and favors from this intelligence. Their power grows more complex over the year. They develop a tradition of capturing and raising human chattel, taking some as servants through a combination of what they refer to as potions, mesmerism, and pure greed. Silver spends, y'all. In the medieval and Renaissance period, they break into more traditional fields of demonology and alchemy. They start learning new potions, poultices, compounds. They actually discuss the nature of transmuting base metals into noble metals to grow their wealth, to raise the dead from corpses, gather power by stealing artifacts from the dead, or by trading with the necrophages in many forms, by falsifying coinage and money. So yeah, they were counterfeiters. Which actually means Sir Isaac Newton would have hated their guts. He actually worked for the British Mint.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, and by using their bookbinding, they would copy manuscripts and grimoires. Now, in the text, there are some family legends of them slaying fearsome beasts and giants and exorcising foul ghosts. It's almost like a parody of a chivalric romance, right? Dallas, you're chowing.
We can hear you breathing.
God damn! It's spaghetti? It's not that loud.
I can also hear you breathing into the mic.
I don't know where the microphone is, so I cannot.
It's like 3 feet from me.
Damn.
I don't.
That's a
Or not
spicy
3
meatball.
feet. 3 feet.
Spicy mic.
It's a foot.
And that's still pretty good. If I'm like a back.
Like I'm talking here, but then how about from here?
Yeah, you just faded away, X. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry. So yeah, like they have some weird stories about how like, yes, we totally killed the corpse giant of the evil castle over there with our magic sword. Kind of weird. Their history of knowledge persists into the colonial period, where tensions with the Holy Inquisition in France drives into the colony. Basically, the church gets tired of them, copying witchcraft grimoires and counterfeiting currency and doing alchemy and shit, and is like, get the fuck out. So they moved to the colonies. They set up the priory as a cover and as a way to gain new cult members and sacrifices. So basically, the priory was a filter program, a feeder program. Some of the nuns that stayed there would get converted to cultists. Others would be, probably drugged up and eaten, and some of them just, moved on.
Well, I'm glad I'm glad it's one of those things of no one comes out, but I guess that'd be suspicious too.
Yeah. While they do seem to begin to absorb knowledge of Native American and, via the slave trade, African rituals, their power starts to dwindle because, according to their histories, they came into conflict with other sorceress families or actors.
Oh shit!
In the colonies. Because it was Massachusetts, it was Lovecraft country, it was witchcraft country. They ran into problems. There is mention that they made contact with a ghoul cult in New Amsterdam, New York.
That's a red flag.
That's a point. That's a
now this caused their power to dwindle, especially after several of the family broke away during the Civil War. The Bible, the family Bible, doesn't really talk about it, but you know what's up with that. They attempted to gain influence by allying with organized crime, and they made a temporary truce with something called the sea demons, but are stymied by law enforcement and their failure to capture relics during the Second World War in Avignon. Their accumulated knowledge basically stops there. They have a lot of knowledge of flesh crafting, alchemy, necromancy, and more, but basically they dead-ended. The World War II thing was their big swing, and it didn't work.
Oh, so it wasn't bad luck. Well, I mean, it wasn't, genuine bad luck. They just literally had a run of bad luck.
Yeah.
Wild.
And arguably the more existentially terrifying thing, while you also lose some sand, they had competition in New England.
Yeah, no, that's not
Worrying.
that's
okay. So there's actually, I mean, there's I think it's a Lovecraft work, though it's not an unnatural tome. There is a book called Prodigies of Witchcraft in the New England Canaan, which basically talks about like witch cults in Massachusetts. So there's some of that stuff in here. There's also apparently ghoul cults in New York. You wonder if somebody solved that problem. And then whatever the fuck a sea demon is. And then the final element, arguably one of the most painstakingly transcribed, is it does actually double as a family Bible. Like this is the full-blown family genealogy. You've got familiar history going all the way back to the time of the Roman Empire, though obviously some of these earlier records are kind of poorly connected and badly labeled. They probably weren't really good at their recording their dates for a while. The dates stopped being recorded in the 50s and 60s. It does also record death dates, so you get to see firsthand the wildly unnatural swings. Sometimes people would live up to multiple centuries. But it does note in the discussion of the family feast, the family banquet, that it prevents the decay of the flesh, but it does not protect the mind or the soul. So after a while, after a couple of centuries, the elders tend to get a little senile and are allowed to pass on. Others with a magical talent to feel the siren call of Sinothoglus and use themselves as sacrifices. That might be what's your psychotherapy? It's pretty good, right?
Yeah. It's
you figure that might be a metaphor for like hypergeometry addiction. They get in too deep too fast, and then they're like, "No, I must give myself to my god."
I mean, she who waits is, patiently waiting on the fringes of my sanity.
Also, there's a pretty rough cost to using the feast repeatedly. If you skip it after having partaken, age tends to catch up with you rapidly. This is actually a plot hook, you guys. If you guys had broken into the old asylum records, you would discover that guy, I think it was Arthur DeLune, he wasted away after like a year.
Actually, shit, that's probably what happened to all the other members too. Actually, Erwin maybe didn't plug. I don't think they would have been able to continue doing the ritual after that.
Everything was probably messed up, so they just kind of withered away.
You do find, though, that as a general rule, that means that initiation of the rites, then, you do not partake into the feast until you are an adult of approximately 20 years or more. But the youths were often taught basic practices of the family so they could uphold the knowledge and ritual.
Right, because they didn't want them to stay as kids. They wanted to have like full minds.
Yeah. Now, it does mention, in ages past, it was a tradition that you would go out and, because obviously in older generations you married earlier, you would perform courtship before you actually get in the feast, so you can kind of like get fresh blood in, and then it's like, hey, by the way, you married into a cannibal cult, sorry. Human shank? Kebab of man? Long pig?
Till death do us part.
Which, by the way, is going to be a while. Only one in a generation was talented enough to rise to the head position of patriarch or matriarch. And yes, the Delunes were unisex. They were very blasé about gender. They talked about the hand witch involved with being referred to as both male and female. So they didn't really give a shit.
It's about who has the talent, not if you're a man.
Yeah. So basically, whoever showed like great personal faith and potential with magic, they ascend by ritually consuming the previous head of the cult. A little gross.
They really do keep it in the family.
There are notes from past elders that are transcribed that at times the Delunes seem to have trouble with conception. They would occasionally engage in buying brides or studs, so basically they would just pay to have like a new blood come in. We could throw a lot of that bride price. It's no problem. Have some silver. Meh. They also had access to arcane arts related to the phrase Magna Mater or Sibylle. to invoke fertility, but because they were an anathema to Cynophaglis, they can sometimes fail. Then there's some very, they talk about some weird stuff. In extreme circumstances, they would engage in like resurrective arts or necrophilic rituals to produce an heir, or even practice incense or breeding with the chattel. They didn't really like to do that because after being drugged a lot, they tended to treat them as Sibylle or Kibble.
Okay.
I know that one.
Yeah, no, that's what I was. That's what I was asking.
And same source as Magna Mater. They use a lot of Roman terms.
Yeah, no.
After being like pacified and drugged, they tend to treat their chattel as like lesser beings.
Oof.
And the family tree gets very narrow in the 40s after all those deaths. But you do peg, by the way, Charles de Lune, born 1956.
Huh.
Wait, what?
1956. Wait.
Yeah.
How is that on the
He's
Bible?
70 years old, yeah.
No, how is that in the Bible?
73, guys. 73 is when the fire happened.
I'm dumb. Never mind.
Just for the last
Which,
dumb.
by the way, 1973 minus 1956, if you're curious, is... Oh, I was divide. Let me type it again. Is
17.
17. 18. Yeah. So he wasn't fully ritualized. He was able to use some of their ritual arts to slow his aging, but he wasn't fully up to like, eating people every year to be eternal. And then that's basically what you got. Your big old info dump. You got all the stuff.
He's also younger than me.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. But he doesn't look like the age he should be.
He looks like he's in his 30s, yeah.
Because he managed to slow his aging.
He's happy.
But that's basically all the facts in here, or at least all the stuff you guys have actually looked at. We can do some out of character, like I said, post-game Carnage, and talk about some of the setup I did for this and reveal some other stuff.
I'm curious.
But like I said, the recording has been going on for almost 4.5 hours, so we should cut it here.
Oh, yeah.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe and stuff. Goodbye, guys. We'll see you again next time.
I hope you had fun with the whole film.
Bye, everybody.